Now declare open the public hearing of the Standing Committee on Education's inquiry into building Asian capability in Australia through the education system and beyond. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we all meet today and pay my respects to elders past and present of the Indigenous peoples all across Australia. This hearing will be broadcast and the transcript of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves. I believe Ms. Coffey was online first.
Sorry, I'm Renee Coffey. I'm the member for Griffith up in Brisbane.
Sorry for catching you out there, mate. If other committee members can introduce themselves.
Hi, Joanne Ryan, member for Lawler in Melbourne.
Thanks, mate.
Z Soon, member for Banks in southwestern Sydney.
And I'm Karina Garland, the member for Chisholm in Melbourne, joining on the phone.
Thank you, colleagues. Well, I would now welcome representatives from the Australian Primary Principals Association, the Australian Professional Teachers Association and the Australian Council of State School Organisations to give evidence. For the benefit of Hansard, can we begin by asking witnesses to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appeared before the committee? We might start with the Primary Principals Association first.
Good morning. I'm Angela Falkenberg and I'm President of the Australian Primary Principals Association.
Thank you. The Professional Teachers Association.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Brennan. I'm Vice President of the Australian Professional Teachers Association.
And the Australian Council of State School Organisations. We might be having a mute problem here. Do we have the...
Sorry, I was having some sound problems.
We can hear now.
Yes, thank you.
Can you introduce yourself for the benefit of the Hansard?
My name's Jennifer Rickard and I'm a Director for the Australian Council of State School Organisations.
Thank you. Well, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. It has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd ask at this point whether witnesses would like to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussions and questions and answers. Give the floor to the Primary Principals Association first.
Look, thank you. Look, we certainly agree that growing the Asia capability and the dispositions of our young people to understand the important place of Asia and the connection to Australia. We're really clear about the importance and we want to ensure that our teachers are capable and confident to do this in a classroom that is increasingly time pressured and with narratives around such as back to basics, it does cause people to curate curriculum in different ways. So we're looking forward to some highlighting of the importance and also solutions for going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And now give the floor to the Australian Professional Teachers Association.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As I've said already, I'm appearing as Vice President of the Australian Professional Teachers Association after a 6-year term as President previously. I bring over 25 years of experience as a high school teacher in regional New South Wales, where I currently teach economics, business studies, geography and history at a prep to Year 12 school. I am also a PhD candidate and I serve on the board of Economics and Business Educators New South Wales and the Professional Teachers Council New South Wales. Professional teacher associations are independent, not-for-profit organisations led by teachers for teachers. They exist in every state and territory across all sectors, government, Catholic and independent schools, and cover every subject area and specialty. There are over 250 associations nationally, run largely by volunteer teachers who dedicate their time to advancing professional practice. Importantly, professional associations are different from unions. Unions focus on pay and conditions, while professional associations focus on supporting teachers as professionals, providing curriculum expertise, subject-specific resources, and professional learning to improve teaching quality and student outcomes. The Australian Professional Teachers Association is a national peak body representing these associations through state and territory joint councils. APTA connects with up to 200,000 teachers nationally across schools, early childhood, TAFE and universities. Our vision is to provide national leadership that supports and advances the teaching profession. APTA offers a classroom practitioner perspective, distinct from unions or principal groups, ensuring policy and practice remain connected to student learning. Professional teacher associations are strategic partners in building Asia capability. They have the expertise, networks, and credibility to deliver targeted professional learning for teachers in Asian languages, humanities, and cross-curricular integration. Government investment in these associations has a multiplier effect. It boosts teacher collective efficacy, improves student outcomes, ensures equitable access to Asia-focused professional learning, especially in regional and remote areas, and leverages existing teacher-led networks, making delivery cost-effective and scalable. States and territories that fund joint councils of teacher associations demonstrate the impact of this support, as seen in the Northern Territory, where funding enabled language associations to host national conferences and participate in international exchanges, strengthening Asia capability at both teacher and student levels. APTA's key recommendations include to recognise professional teacher associations as strategic partners in Asia capability initiatives, provide equitable funding for associations and joint councils to deliver professional learning and resources, embed Asia capability in curriculum reform, with associations formally engaged in development processes, support immersive experiences and teacher exchanges facilitated through associations, and ensure whole-of-government coordination so teachers can access funded opportunities without administrative barriers. In short, professional teacher associations are ready to lead this change. They have the network's expertise and commitment to make Asia capability a reality, but they need the right policy settings and investment. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you. And I now give the floor to the Australian Council of State School Organisations for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of the Australian Council of State School Organisations. ACSO leads the national voice of families, carers and communities shaping public education. Our mission is clear. We advocate for fairness, inclusion and excellence in every classroom. That mission underpins our submission and the perspectives we bring to this inquiry. Families across Australia consistently tell us that they want their children to leave schools confident in navigating a multicultural society and a regionally interconnected world. They want continuity, quality and fairness, regardless of where they live or their family income. Asia capability is not a luxury or an enrichment program. It's a vital, sovereign capability. Australia's economic future, its diplomatic relations and its social cohesion depend on young Australians being able to communicate, collaborate and engage confidently with our region. Yet the evidence is deeply concerning. Participation in Asian languages has declined sharply. In 2023, only 7.6% of Year 12 students studied any language, and just 3.3% studied Japanese, Chinese or Indonesian. University enrolments in Southeast Asian languages have fallen by 75% since 2001. At the same time, our classrooms are increasingly multilingual, with more than 1/3 of students in major jurisdictions coming from language backgrounds other than English. Families tell us they see this mismatch every day. For example, in some high-fee schools, students benefit from multiple language options, exchanges, and immersion experiences. In many public schools, especially those in rural and low socioeconomic communities, students may not have access to a single sustained program. You cannot build national capacity when access depends on postcode. That's why we're calling for a national response, a national entitlement to Asian language and intercultural learning, a national workforce strategy to stabilise and grow teacher supply, a national equity fund and scholarships so public school students are not excluded from immersion and exchange, a revitalised Asia cross-curriculum priority, and transparent national data reporting so that progress can be measured and governments held accountable. This is not about competing priorities. ACSO strongly supports the revitalisation of First Nations languages. Asia capability complements this work. One builds cultural identity and reconciliation. The other prepares our young people for the regional realities of the Asian century. Families want their children to have equitable access to opportunity, to continuity in learning, and the skills required to thrive in a rapidly changing world. That aligns directly with ACSO's mission of fairness, inclusion, and excellence. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you to all the witnesses for joining us today. Let me, from the outset, say that I had my first exposure to structured learning about Asian languages and culture from really outstanding teachers at a regional state primary and state secondary school. So I really want to acknowledge the very important role that your organisations play in facilitating Australian students' first engagement with structured learning about our region. To that end, a common theme across all of your submissions is the view that while Asia capability is embedded in the national curriculum, in the cross-curriculum priority, Australia and Australia's engagement with Asia, the actual degree of teaching about Asia in Australian classrooms is, I'd say, varied at best. The APTA notes that Asia-related content in the curriculum is, quote, frequently marginalised at present, and flagged new syllabus documents in New South Wales as giving reduced prominence to Asia literacy. ACSO noted in their submission that despite formal recognition, the Asia priority has become less visible in practice under the current Australian curriculum. While it remains one of the three official cross-cultural priorities, its treatment is often broad and inconsistently embedded across subjects and jurisdictions. Asia content is frequently sidelined or absorbed into generic multicultural or interfaith learning rather than providing explicit Asia focus as intended, and delivery relies heavily on teacher confidence. So the critique is essentially that Asia is present in the Australian curriculum in form but not in practice in Australian classrooms. And your submissions flag a number of proposals for changing this. Can I just ask the three witnesses, what in your view is the most important thing that the federal government could do to translate curriculum intent into classroom practice? I think in coming for these questions in future, if the questions go to everyone, maybe we could start with that same order we've had at the start, so starting with the Primary Principals Association.
Certainly, and I think when you listen to the express priorities, you don't hear Asia capability in it. You know, when we actually hear the narrative that's in, systems about what we value, and, I often think if you want to know someone's priority, you follow the money. And there is not funding, sufficient funding of this. And as I said before, the back to basics narrative that is used quite widely causes schools to position curriculum in different ways. And I think you said, you've used the terms in summing up, it's reduced prominence and it's less visible in practice. We also have a workforce challenge. And for many schools, they might have an Indonesian language, but when that teacher moves on, they can't recruit another. And I think that contributes to children not developing mastery in languages in primary, because I might have a year of Japanese, a year of Indonesian and so on. So I think when you ask about the federal government, one of them is absolutely workforce. But secondly is where is the conversation at the level about this importance? Because we understand it. We understand as teachers they're absolutely clear wanting to do it. but we don't have the structural support. And that includes, as the other witnesses have said, to teacher development. So if we can solve some of those, we can have a greater power going forward. But we also need to hear it in the conversations about curriculum.
Thank you.
I believe I was next. Last night I was reading over the transcript from the previous session that you had, and one of the witnesses spoke about it being more than about language. It's about falling in love with the culture and wanting to talk to your friends, etc., that kind of thing. So I think it's important to keep in mind that sort of perspective and not having a simplistic approach to the issues and the problems that we face. So simply mandating, oh, we must do, languages here, or we must do this certain number of hours, that kind of thing is really simplistic, given the workforce challenges and the risks that are involved with that, having difficulty in achieving continuity of languages over years with being able to recruit teachers and so on is an issue. And students might not fall in love with learning a language or understanding Asian cultures if it's not delivered well. So it's important to keep in mind that Asia capability is about appreciating the Asian culture and falling in love with it, really. And one of the ways that could be done is through supporting teachers and students to do that through exchange programs, just connections with other schools and other teachers. So really positive ways that will actually boost teachers' love of Asian culture and also students as well.
Thank you.
I back up both of you from what I've heard, is that I really believe the workforce is a huge problem that families spoke about, is that they might have started a language program in their school and it falls over when that teacher has to leave, or other things are prioritised in the bottom line and the finances of the school. I'd like to see the government kind of focus on the infrastructure and implementation of these programs. We have lots of scaffolding frameworks around this, but the implementation is often where it falls down, and schools being given the capacity to implement them, to build the confidence in their teacher workforce so that they can deliver those programs. And the last thing that I would suggest is that we actually have huge resources in the families that come to our schools, and the community learning. We know that there's lots of language learning happening outside of school hours, and being able to capitalise on those extended community offerings might be a real opportunity here.
Oh, thank you. There's definitely consistent themes about solutions from the three submissions. Sort of four themes that I sort of pulled. They're different in detail and granularity, but thematically similar. There's some kind of like national leadership or narrative framing, all of government messaging, education departments messaging to highlight the importance of Asia to Australia. Professional development of teachers to lift their knowledge of the importance of Asia and their competence in teaching it. Professional development of principals to lift their buy-in and capability on the importance of Asia. And curriculum reform and development of new curriculum resources and engaging classroom materials that enable teachers to confidently teach about Asia. I'm interested in this curriculum resources and classroom materials issue. It strikes me that they require both developing effective and engaging classroom materials and curriculum resources. It requires a combination of both expertise on Asia and expertise in pedagogy. So I'm interested in who is best placed to produce informed and engaging classroom materials in Asia to better support Australian teachers to bring Asia into Australia's classrooms in practice.
I think, the answer is, as Cheryl said, it's in the teachers. There is, considerable expertise out there already. And there are both formal networks through associations as well as informal through groups of teachers. I don't think it's about curriculum reform It is, though, about sharing of practice. What is engaging in one community is different in another, where we have an education system that rightly considers context. And again, as Jennifer has said, there is assets within communities who can contribute to that understanding. But it is about how do we capture those, harness those, but really importantly, provide time or space for teachers to share and connect, because most of it is done out of hours. And I think, whether it is, conferences or networks or so on, or online or, digital spaces, I think we have the answers. It's just providing or quarantining time within the classroom and also time for teachers to do the sharing.
Thank you.
I support what Angela was just saying just then. It's about networks of teachers working together and sharing more than the resources. And these networks already exist, and it would be great to have them supported and empowered to deliver even more. So in each of the states and territories, we have numerous professional teacher associations, many of whom have made submissions to this inquiry from various Asian languages and humanities and social science groups as well. So it's about, within these professional teacher associations, they have the pedagogical content knowledge, so they have an understanding of the subject matter and how to teach it effectively to particular age groups of students or students in particular regions or different types of schools. And it's within these networks that teachers really build their capacity to be able to teach effectively and well and do a great job, and that you'll see expanded Asia capability through this sort of approach. So these networks are run by volunteer teachers. So I know, because I do this myself as a volunteer, a lot of my time goes into running professional development courses, networking events, designing materials and so on, and just connecting with other teachers and talking with other teachers. And it's just so powerful. It's more than just creating a package of resources. It's about supporting teachers in their networks that are organised and run by teachers themselves. So this is how we build collective teacher efficacy in Australia. It's not through, external provision of a package that's just delivered on a website and given to someone and for teachers to use. And I'm not saying that that's bad. Like, anyone will take a free resource as a teacher. You'll have a look at any free resource that's given to you. But it's about supporting the profession to be able to support each other. So it would be great to have support for that, building that collective teacher efficacy through the networks that already exist in each of the states and territories. So we see in our submission in the Northern Territory, they receive funding from their territory government, and that's enabled greater support for teachers within their associations through conferences and being able to attend overseas events and that kind of thing, and just to build each other up. So not all states and territories have the same support for their professional teacher associations. So Northern Territory does well in this area. New South Wales and South Australia are provide some support for professional teacher associations. So professional teacher associations in the other states are not as well resourced, and it would be great for the ministers in those states and territories that aren't doing that to perhaps have a look at what's going on in the states where they are supported, and to see what a difference it can make. Even just looking at what's happening in the Northern Territory with PTANT, the Professional Teachers Association of Northern Territory, and the events that they're able to run, which have included support for language teacher associations and humanities and social science teacher associations to deliver on Asia capability. So there's a lot of potential there that's just not being recognised.
Thank you.
I fully support Cheryl's statements around teachers and building their capacity and using the resources that they build themselves within their networks. The offshoot of that is that builds teachers' passions, and then they share their passion with their school community, because I think the thing that really is missing in this, and I'm here as a parent, is that when we see teachers share their passion with their students, that comes home and they share it with their families. And I think that the Building Asia capability part is in this education conversation where parents are focused on ATAR and building those skills that get their kids towards graduation. We forget that we are also having young people that are building their lives and what they're building their lives upon, and they don't necessarily get those passions. They get, we need scores, we need exam marks, we need ATAR scores. So I think that what Cheryl has spoken about really builds that passion for teachers that they can share with their communities, which then filters down to building the capacity that we want to see on this topic.
Well, thank you for that. Just one more question on curriculum before I throw to Ms. Coffey for some questions. One of the themes of submissions, not your submissions, but other submissions to this inquiry, has been on the value of harmonising language curricula nationally. There have been a number of submissions that have sort of proposed investing in a PARA to continue this harmonisation process. Can I get a response from witnesses on what your thoughts are on prioritising a harmonised national curricula on Asian languages and Asia more broadly?
Sorry, can I just have a bit more information? So what are they speaking of when they say harmonising?
So harmonising the pathways of what is being taught and what the baselines are, so that everyone's sort of there's a consistency across the country hitting that tertiary level at the end of that pipeline, the next stage of learning.
Well, certainly that would be dependent again on the consistency of the workforce. While you want a teacher skilled in that, I mean, certainly we've talked about perhaps programs supported by technology, but in the primary context, to have, so what we were thinking of was, a teacher who can deliver to 4 or 5 classes at a time. It requires quite sophisticated timetabling to have these things happen. And again, doesn't allow for the nuance of the context. For example, that sports day's on, or there's some exciting thing that happens in the community that teachers take and harness into learning. So I think we're looking for solutions to problems that we actually don't address the problem. And one of them is, I'll go back to workforce shortage. Teaching has become a less desirable job because of the expectations within it. And I think if we can go back to talking about what else needs to happen in schools, because teachers are doing a lot of work that was not actual teaching in the past, a lot more social service work, that I think we can have a long-term, a better outcome. But I'm going to leave particularly to Cheryl to talk about that harmonising. In fact, we're harmonising even in this conversation. So over to you, Cheryl.
Angela's gone back to the workforce shortages as an issue and a constraint as well. So within schools, even if there is a document that has an expectation of what is going to be taught at the national level, the reality of what teachers are facing in their schools and in their classrooms, and difficulties of finding teachers with suitable qualifications and so on, mean that it's difficult to deliver on a national document to do with curriculum in the reality of what's going to happen in the classroom, and compromises are made to perhaps sometimes to achieve. So there can be a tension between achieving high level of skill in language proficiency or maintaining student engagement and a desire to really enjoy and learn and love this particular language. So teachers they're balancing all these competing sort of interests and things like that, especially if you're teaching out of field and you might be teaching a language just for that year, like you're filling a gap. A lot of teachers teaching languages in the high school, year 7 and year 8, they haven't got a language teacher in that school, and a teacher is told, okay, you're teaching languages next year just for 1 year. You've got year 7, year 8 there, and they will just be covering it for that year. So there are often compromises being made in what's written in curriculum documents to what can actually be delivered with the resource constraints that exist. So harmonisation process nationally, I think you would need to defer to the specialist language teacher associations to get a really solid answer to that particular question in terms of language harmonisation. Your question was specific to language, I think. Is that correct?
Yeah, this is largely where it's coming from. The specialist language associations, the kind of in-country consortiums, the people really on the coalface of language teaching. This is a call that they often make.
So I could see you would need to go back to their submissions in particular. It might make it easier for them to collaborate across state and territory borders in terms of their curriculum documents, and it might lead to greater economies of scale in some of the delivery of their programs and support for each other. But please go back to the individual language teacher associations for what they're saying. So it's likely that might be the case. It might be some of them are quite small within each of the states and territories for some of these languages. So potentially it could be easier to support these teachers if it is if there is harmonisation. But please go back to their individual submissions and see if that's the case with the language teacher association. So for me, myself, I'm more in the humanities and social sciences area, but I connect with the leaders of the language teacher associations regularly.
Yeah, economies of scale in production of materials and curriculum is implicit in the rationale for that harmonisation process. Axo?
I'm obviously not an expert in curriculum, so won't make a comment on curriculum, but around that harmonisation, I would have to bring it back to an equity issue. We know that we have an equity issue across Australia, and those in rural and remote areas really need a lot more help and support in achieving any language acquisition outside of the curriculum or inside the curriculum. So I would just have to come back to stress that we need to look at harmonising it within an equity lens as well.
Ms. Coffey.
Thank you so much. We heard this morning, and I think the stats were that only 7% of senior students are doing a foreign language and about 3% of those are Asian language. Sorry if I haven't got that quite right. And the other day in the hearings, we heard about the perception that doing a foreign language in your senior years will negatively impact your ATAR score. And I think, Jennifer, you spoke this morning about that pressure on students to be achieving well with their senior years. I wanted to get your perceptions on what the basis of that belief is about a foreign language impacting ATAR scores, if there's any, veracity, truth to that, and what can be done to address that perception, please.
Look, I don't work within the secondary sector, so I won't make a comment. Thank you.
If I don't have a great deal to say on this, I am in the secondary space. If you can do, if you're an excellent student, you can do well and achieve a strong ATAR in whatever subject you choose to study. So there are some myths out there to do with ATAR and how it's calculated and so on, which can influence a student's decisions about what they choose to study, which is probably behind some of the beliefs that you're referring to in terms of students and the decisions that they're making.
Yes, I will use my own personal experience when my son was choosing subjects in high school in year 11 and 12. And yes, he did steer away from language subjects and chose things that he wasn't necessarily passionate about, like physics, because he felt that was going to help him get to where he wanted with his ATAR. And I think it's really interesting because as a parent, I had the discussions with him that, maybe that's not a good choice and maybe he was overloading himself and taking the well-being angle in this particular discussion I had with my son. But you get more influence and you also get more it's not direct pressure, but children build this understanding about what their school and what their peers, and they make their decision on more than just what their parents tell them. So, they put all of these external influences into the decisions that they make when they're choosing their subjects. So I can only speak from my personal experience in that was an influencing factor when my children were choosing subjects to take into senior secondary studies. And because they are not, they speak English as their main language. So it wasn't something that they felt they could excel in that would add to that decision for how it influenced their ATAR.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Singh?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I've got a couple of questions. The first one, I guess, is in reference to a couple of things that were mentioned in your kind of initial remarks. One was within kind of networks of teachers and individual teachers demonstrating a real commitment to language development within their communities. I guess that also poses some risk in that it is really individual dependent. Can you just talk us through any thoughts you might have around, well, how can we kind of move beyond that reliance on individuals to drive that passion, engagement, and go that extra mile to make sure that that happens? And I know languages is not the only field where that is relevant. I know it's music, sport, etc., across the board as well. But I'm just kind of mindful that we are looking at a potential national challenge across many schools, many systems, and across the board. Well, any thoughts on what we can do to kind of move beyond the luck that we have when an individual teacher really wants to take it on board?
That's a really good observation because, and you're right, a lot of amazing things that happen in schools is because of individual passion. And that, it's that intersection of what I love and what I have perhaps authority or space to do. Because whether it's sport and developing a really great sports day or activities for students, it's because I'm actually rested and nourished, all of those things. So having enough teachers that can be the norm and enough space is the challenge. And I've certainly, as a principal, and I've led 3 schools, that and particularly my schools have been low SES, you don't always have the pull to attract either. And in this workforce shortage where teachers have choice, they're going to be more likely to go to the place that has the well set up facilities, that has the great classrooms, that has less complexity in which to give their time. And, Jennifer has referred to that issue of equity. I can say in my low SES schools, I had no consistency of languages. I just couldn't even attract people. So we went to more of the celebration and the intercultural understanding through participation in excursions, but even the money to do that was very limited. So you have this this challenge at the moment in literally is a teacher choice economy, that why wouldn't you go where you have the less complexity and perhaps parent assets who can provide the money to do these great excursions. So I don't know how, for me as a leader, it has been an absolute joy to see someone's passion and to give them permission and space to release it to the world, if you like. But they can also be great mentors to other teachers. And so perhaps in a network model of schools, that one passionate teacher, supporting them to be highly accomplished or lead and giving them, again, some space to go and work with others, that could be a model, and I've seen that happen. But I'm not sure in the next 10 years how we're going to move beyond this, needing these kind of amazing individuals, but perhaps we can harness their skills to work with others better than we are now.
Okay, so your question was about how to spread the love for Asia capability beyond just individual teachers and to have it across all schools. That's correct, isn't it? So I think that from the national level, the national role, it really comes down to framing the narrative that's the national role around the importance of Asia capability. Principals who are leading schools respond to what is valued and what they're judged in doing a good job in. So if at the national level, if it's framed that, oh, look, it's really important for schools to be doing this, to be supporting Asia capability within our schools and within our staff, I think principals will value that. And then you will see more than just having one teacher with their passion that's not supported by any other people or any other principals or colleagues, etc. You'll see that it will be that there'll be more and more teachers who are willing to invest in something they're interested in, or to develop an interest in an area that they've never really looked into before. So I think the national role is about framing the narrative, and also this could be through supporting. It's not just about the narrative as well, it's about making it easier for principals and teachers to participate and engage in these sort of processes. So support teachers to be released to engage in networks. So at the moment, it's really difficult, extremely difficult to get out of class, more than it's ever been. I've taught for 25 years, and in the last 2 years, it's just so hard to get out and meet with other teachers in other schools. So if there's increasing support for teachers to get out and network with each other, that would be great. If there's increasing support for teachers to access release time to engage in overseas exchange programs, that would be great. So I've had a conversation with another colleague who received funding to participate in an exchange program, but they had to get permission to attend, and it was just so difficult for that to happen that they couldn't take advantage of the opportunity that they had been given. So that was disappointing. It would be great if there's just greater support for teachers to participate in the opportunities that are available. Cross-school programs, so schools in Australia to network and connect with other schools in Asia, just have greater facilitation for that. So it needs to be recognised as being important through the national framing of the narrative around this, and also just to make it practically easier for schools to take advantage of the opportunities that do exist through release time for teachers, financial support. Just I think that will make a really big difference.
I think Angela spoke beautifully about the passion of teachers, and Cheryl, I really take your point. I really think it's important that we need to value building the Asia capability. I think that is critical. My suggestion would be that we need to look a bit more broadly, and that we know that we have amazing language education that happens on the weekend. How can we mobilise that? And do we need to look at the English capacity of those people teaching in those settings, and how we can perhaps make it easier to bring them within the education system in Australia? I think that we need to look at our wider community and perhaps build pathways that way.
Thank you. Do you mind if I just, Chair, ask a follow-up question based on Ms. Rickard's comments? But look, firstly, thank you everybody for sharing your thoughts and experience on that, because I think that's going to be very key. Ms. Rickard, one of the things that I have had some conversations lately around with community language schools who operate on the weekend is some of the challenges that they have finding venues to actually to run classes, including within schools in my electorate. And is there more that can be done to help facilitate that? Because, look, my understanding from different schools is they kind of take on a bit of the risk in terms of classrooms being damaged, or classrooms not being set up when they needed properly for when they resume classes on Mondays. Well, is there anything else that can be done to make those relationships stronger? Because again, I think so far it's dependent on individual teachers and school leaders going, actually, no, this is something I really want. Any thoughts on barriers that we can move to make this easier?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things we probably have to look at is a lot of weekend language schools are volunteer run. So how can we build the capacity of volunteers to help build and integrate those schools within school settings? And I think it's really about communication and setting up relationships. It's not core business of schools to deal with rental spaces of community spaces, and I know that they often don't think, or the weekend becomes problematic because schools principals in particular shouldn't be managing things outside of school hours. So again, we don't want to be putting more pressure on principals by asking them to manage outside of hours programs. But I definitely think that it is something that needs to be looked at, and we need to have conversations about how we can build communities to support the school as the central hub with, the hub and spoke model of services that filter into that school community are really, really important. And that, I think that comes down to the local community and how it best fits that. So in terms of the federal model, I really think that funding that would be the best way possible, but then it has to really be at that local level as to how they can build those relationships.
Thank you, Ms. Rickard. And Chair, do you mind indulging me for one more question? One of the things that have come up in the submissions from a number of the groups around the virtual table, but also others, is around immersion. Have you seen that done particularly well, but also in a cost-effective kind of way? I'm just mindful that as much as we would like to send students or teachers to Thailand, Malaysia, China and all that sort of stuff, that is cost prohibitive. Have you seen ways that it's been done more domestically that gains at least some of the benefits? Because, look, even in my own experience, I know how important immersion is in terms of language development.
And just before witnesses answer that, if I could just add to that, one of the things that's come through in submissions as well is that like the practical challenges of getting approvals to send children for these immersions. Like, for example, a number of witness submissions have said that it's a lot cheaper actually for schools and families to send school groups to Asia than to the US or to Europe, but they can't get approvals because of perceptions of safety. So if we could talk to practical obstacles to immersion as well as cost obstacles as well, that would be interesting to the committee.
Look, I'll just start. Certainly, there are scholarships that teachers can access in order to go and do an immersion of a month or so, from the teaching perspective. And I've had teachers who've done that, and it's been an amazing boost for their passion as well as their confidence. The approvals piece, we don't manage risk, we're averse to it. And that's what rules, that where the risk, from the school perspective, can be managed. I mean, teachers are really good at travelling with children and managing all of the issues. And it's a great joy in my current job when I bump into groups at the airport, who are just absolutely so excited from an experience they've had. But the paperwork and it's not just the paperwork, it can be the time between approvals. So that if you can't book a ticket until X amount of paperwork's happened, by the time that's happened, the fares are much more expensive, and now you've got to revisit the whole budgeting process. So I think that absolutely warrants attention, is how can we have agreements about the paperwork that manages the risk and does not and supports the participation, is not a barrier to it. Thank you.
I just support everything that Angela just said and have nothing further to add to that.
I absolutely agree with Angela as well. But I will put forward that ACSO had suggested in our submission that we need a national equity fund, is that we need to find funding sources for teachers to be able to do this, and for students in rural and remote and low SES areas to be able to have immersion experiences, because it is critical in building the capacity.
So if there were sort of best practice processes like consortiums that showed how this was done most easily, they sort of cut through the paperwork, that would be advantageous to teachers then. Anything that cuts through, I don't want to be pejorative, but bureaucracy, to be able to let teachers focus on teaching delivery rather than on navigating systems, that would be advantageous here.
May I make just one other comment? And I think the issue is the time bounding of the stages of approval, where that can work well, and to take, I guess to highlight how it can be managed. I can't emphasise that enough, because if something goes wrong, we try to write it out of any subsequent ones rather than manage that one in a 10,000 incident. We close doors for so many children in that process. So I think to have an understanding of where it works well and what contributes to that and how consistently that can be held, that would be really welcome to jurisdictions across Australia.
Just two big picture questions to sort of wrap up the session by 10 o'clock. It's come through loud and clear that passionate teachers drive and support the programs we've got at the moment, but they also need to be supported by principals that create an enabling environment for them to deliver that passion. APTA suggested that principals respond to what's valued by government and community, and that lifting that sense that this is valued might help encourage principals to create that enabling environment for passionate teachers. What is your response to some kind of sort of branding or sort of celebration recognition of schools that do this really well? Like if you had like if you ticked off certain criteria, like for example releasing teachers to get those work with their professional associations, or to get immersion experiences, that they supported their teachers in this. You got like a Asia Capable School branding, something that kind of celebrated it and that was visible to parents and to the community, like, this is a school that values this and backs it and supports it. Do you think that would be useful, effective, or not?
Look, any opportunity to celebrate the good things that schools do is welcome. However, so even thinking about releasing teachers, there's a funding capacity to that. So, how do we do that? And you're right that principals are bound by their jurisdiction to be delivering on some strategic intent. So the strategic plan is often set, at a regional or a state level. KPIs within it. So yes, if there's Asia capability in it, of course, people will direct their attention to that. I like the idea of an Asia capable school, but I wonder what might have to go in order to do that, because we can't do it all and people are already feeling pressured about time. What the criteria would look like, and does having a teacher who's passionate mean you're more likely to get it, which we go back to that original issue of how to ensure every school has teachers who are passionate but also have the time to create these great environments. So I'm always thinking these things sound great, but what could be perhaps the negative outcome? And using an equity lens, would it be possible for all? And if not, are we willing to fund or do what it's needed for everybody to have this? I think that's the great tension at present. Thank you.
Thanks, Angela. Yes, it's interesting to think about what you've just suggested there, Asia Capable School brand or some sort of recognition for that. My first thought was, what would you need to, how much time would you have to spend, how many forms would you have to fill out to achieve that? Also, and so how much time would that take to do that? And then also, as Angela was saying, which schools would achieve that? And it's probably the schools who have a lot of money and already have trips to Asia and a lot of money. because they're the boxes that are easy to tick. So it would require a lot of thought to think about the unintended consequences, I think, as well. So it might backfire and just not achieve its intended purpose. I'm not sure. You'd have to look really carefully at it, but just be mindful of those unintended consequences. It just going to the schools who have the admin support already to apply for it and who are already doing trips and have the time capacity to put in an application to receive it. Whereas we're looking to spread Asia capability. Maybe there might be. I'm not sure. It's worth looking into and investigating further, but it's not an easy fix just to do that, I would say. Yeah.
I would also come back to all schools should be Asia capable schools. We want every student who graduates school in Australia to understand where they fit in the region, and to understand what their role is to play in being an Asian capable student. So I'd bring it back to all schools should be. And that's where I would see that the government has a role in really communicating the value that this is something that we all should be achieving. So I think that that's where your role is communicating the value for all schools to strive towards this. And I would never, ever, ever say no to ever celebrating or recognising teachers and schools that are doing an amazing job. We absolutely should be doing it. Give it more money.
Just finally, before 10 o'clock when we wrap up, one of the problems that we have across Asian languages, but particularly with Indonesian languages, is we're in a bit of a position where we need to sort of stop the bleeding of closures of language programs. We are seeing this kind of drumbeat of closures of Indonesian language programs at Australian high schools, but I think also primary schools. We have far less data on that, but I think we are seeing that too. I'm interested in what role Indonesian language teachers associations could play in sort of stopping that hemorrhaging. Like we see this dynamic where one teacher retires or moves on and a principal feels like they have no options, and all of a sudden they're teaching Greek or Italian or French or something that's easier to find staffing or resources. Could the teachers' associations play a significant role in sort of stopping the bleeding of these closures? And how could federal government support them to do that, if so?
Would you like me to answer that or Angela first?
Yep, no, Cheryl, over to you.
Okay. So the Indonesian language teacher associations, they play a key role in supporting the existing teachers, making sure that they remain passionate and supported so they're not choosing to leave. That is crucial to stop the bleeding in the stem there. So networking and support, because a lot of these teachers are the only teacher who's teaching that language in their school. So their sense of collegiality comes from connecting through their language teacher association in their particular state or territory. And then from that, if there's strength there, then you will see building of numbers of teachers who are capable of teaching Indonesian language associations. So you need to start by supporting the teachers who are currently there teaching Indonesian language.
Okay, we are essentially at time. Thank you all for your evidence today, and thank you to all of the work that you do to support teachers to be the passionate advocates of building their students' Asian capabilities. You'll all be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by the close of business on Monday, 22nd of December 2025. Merry Christmas. Okay, we are at 10 o'clock, so I now welcome Mr. Yaha Zakaria, Dr. Louisa Field and Dr. Zara Maxwell-Smith to give evidence. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So I'll make a start. Firstly, selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Tim Watts, for having me today. My name is Yahya Zachariah, or my student called me Pak Zaki, and I'm really today speaking to represent myself and voicing my observation as an Indonesian teacher being in the country. I have been teaching Indian.
Pak Zaki, we'll just do introductions first and then the opening statements. We will come back to you presently.
Sure, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Louisa Field. I'm appearing as a private citizen and yeah.
Hi, I'm Dr. Zara Maxwell-Smith and as with Louisa, appearing as an individual.
Okay, I would now invite witnesses to give a brief opening statement. Pak Zaki.
Yeah, I have been teaching Indonesian for some time now, and my career is starting from...
Sorry. I need to go through the formalities. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and has the same standing as proceedings of the House. Giving a false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Apologies, Pak Zaki. You can begin for the third time.
Nggak apa-apa ya. Okay, so I have been teaching Indonesian for a few years now, and my career start from contributing to a language school in New South Wales under Pelangi School of Languages, and through there I really cultivate genuine passion and interest to spreading language and culture in the country. And then work towards the language assistant in Balai Bahasa Perth, working with numerous schools, supporting Indonesian program there, until finally through my, after qualified to be a teacher in the country, then I teach in some schools in Victoria and now in Canberra. I have noticed through my career teaching that I think my passion as a teacher has played an important role in building up a thriving Indonesian language program. Yes, we do know our student very well. Yes, we do know our content very well, but it's also, I think, important to being able to provide experiences for our young person beyond the classroom experiences. And that's what I always approach my pedagogy as a language teacher. And in the past, I've always seek ways to build the bridges towards the local Indonesian organization, providing cultural experiences, getting them out of classroom to visit the Consulate General and the embassy and work closely. And I think that has been a highlight for many. And as a ripple effect to that, then they continue cultivating their interest in taking the program. However, as previously mentioned by Ibu Angela earlier on about investing to our teachers is very important. In the country, it's already difficult to find teachers in general, let alone Indonesian teacher. And me as a Indonesian teacher here, sometimes when I have encountered with few language education enthusiasts, they're always interested and keen. Oh, Pak Zaki, how did you become a teacher? Because I'd love to become a teacher too. And I suppose if we can't find in the country, then, Indonesia is such a big population, get the native speaker to come and be part of our system. But the challenge is that they need to be qualified, trained. There's so many of young Indonesian who are studying in the country who are very passionate, always wanted to hear, Pak Zaki, how can you become? Because I'd love to be an Indonesian teacher too. Well, you need to be qualified. And so how then we see this opportunity that we've got a really group of talented young Indonesian people who speak English very well, who has got the drive, the motivation, and support them to be able to be part of our system. And I think investing in our teachers first is very important. And then through that, then strengthening to organization, providing rich cultural experiences and help cultivating the interest, but also building awareness in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakisaki. Dr. Field?
Hi, thanks, Pakazaki. I'm going to echo a lot of what's been said by you and also just in the previous session. And I'd like to start by saying thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to start by painting you a picture of what it's like to be an early career language teacher in Australia. So picture that you're about 23 years old, you've just finished your language teaching degree, and you walk into your new school. You're the only language teacher. There's no one to show you the curriculum, no one to help you plan, and your head of department might be a science or a music teacher. On the other hand, if you were a history teacher and you were walking into a new school, you'd be paired with an experienced colleague to guide you and show you through all these things. But for languages, you're alone, and the entire future of your subject in your school now rests with you. And you need to also ensure that enough students choose to take your class so that you might have a group of senior students in a few years' time. This is not an anecdote, this is our system, and this is why the language learning pipeline is not secure. Our teachers are the front line, and like so many other submissions have stressed, and people today and in the previous session have stressed, I believe increasing teacher supply and retention needs to be central to any strategy which addresses this issue. Now, my experience as a language student, as a teacher, and also my PhD research all point to the importance of teachers for setting up students for success, like everyone else has said. They're the ones that create the challenging tasks. They're the ones that connect students with the extracurricular activities that spark motivation. And they're the ones that are dedicating themselves to instilling students with passion for the culture and languages that they teach. And we need to start with these people who inspire our students every day. I'm just going to echo some of the recommendations that I said in my submission. So firstly, to attract more teachers, I believe integrating a funded overseas exchange or internship into every Asian language teaching degree would be a game changer for both prestige and recruitment. When pre-service teachers spend time, as we've all spoken about, spending time immersed in the language and culture that they'll one day teach, it'll strengthen their proficiency and create the personal connections that build long-term Asia capability. But more than that, I also think that regular in-country professional development should also be a standard part of a language teacher's career. This would cultivate the overseas networks and allow teachers to regularly meet and maintain their professional networks. And, you know, it's these person-to-person relationships that form the real foundation of Asia capability. And I know we have spoken a lot about AI replacing aspects of language learning, but there's no technology that can replicate the meaningful human connection that underpin genuine relationships in our region. And also just going on with what was said in the previous session about the teacher networks, I also agree that there's so much that they're doing. They're doing a lot with very little at the moment. And like the other people were saying, a lot of that is built on volunteer time. But I think investing in these networks and scaling what they do well already will really help with mentoring early career teachers, but then also retaining teachers so that they feel connected and invested in. For students, I think what matters most is visibility. I think we need to ensure that they know the next steps of where language learning can take them. As we've seen, arguments about the economic and strategic utility of languages have not worked in the past, and we really need to learn from that. Uni students who are on exchange on programs like Achichis, if they've come back, they should be sent out into classrooms to say, look at these wonderful things you can do. And I know other people, in a previous session, I think on Friday, someone said a similar thing. We need to be, using the uni students and making sure that they're in classrooms showing students what can happen. And finally, I think throwing money at this issue is not going to work. Any mechanism or any initiative that doesn't have a built-in way of assessing the effectiveness of it is a path to failure. Just briefly looking at my home state of New South Wales, some of the analysis that I did for a paper showed that 4.25% of HSC students were studying a priority Asian language in 2001. And in 2021, that figure was down to 3.43% and remains similar today. And that's despite a combined amount of $411 million invested with NALSAS and NALSIP, with nothing to show for it. Even though there were some gains, but they've absolutely not been retained at all. And the kind of Asia capability that we want to achieve is just not possible without national coordination. like so many other submissions have said, I call for a national languages policy with uniform expectations across states, consistent and available data collection, and guaranteed curriculum time for languages. And this is a whole of society change. I like to think of it in the way that we got rid of smoking mostly. So, we got rid of that through sustained, visible, strategic effort. And if you'd told Australians in 1970 that smoking would be relatively rare today, I don't think they would have believed you. But we have the chance to do that now, and that's something that we can change. And I'd love to see language learning made visible, valued, and genuinely central to our future. And if we want enduring relationships in our region, it begins with people in our classrooms and it begins with our teachers. Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for that. Dr. Maxwell-Smith.
Chair and committee, I would like to be very frank. Sustained large-scale initiatives and funding for education system reform to build Asia capability has not been possible to achieve given our political cycle. Previous funding in the 90s and 2000s, it did have an impact. It helped us to move further away from the White Australia policy. And it helped change things like how in the 70s and 80s, my husband, an Australian of Asian descent, wasn't allowed into the homes of some families in his street. But investments for language learning require a more long-term approach, one that can be sustained for decades so that programs can be built strong and deep. And so learning outcomes, not just bums on seats, are at the centre of meaningful learning for individuals and for our country. I'm a computational linguist, language teacher, and Indonesianist. My research brings together language technology, large language models and the like, with language acquisition research and teacher identity. I am in my second last week of an 18-month contract at UNSW Canberra, where Defence Force members complete tertiary programs, as their Indonesian language offering has been reduced from a 3-year program to a brief optional elective. Over the last 13 years, I have taught as a school teacher at the ANU and at UNSW Canberra. I speak to you today as an individual, though I also draw on a joint submission with other Canberra teachers in highlighting the need for a sustainable, targeted approach to Indonesian language teaching in Australia. Our call for deep investment into lighthouse schools to build back energy and vibrancy for Indonesian mirrors submissions from others working on the front lines to hold together the very fragile ecosystem of school Indonesian language programs. Our recommendation to focus all energy on strategic leverage points and target Asia literacy and languages for school leaders is built not only on our experiences as Indonesian teachers, but through wider professional networks with all language teachers. While I love many aspects of Gonski reforms, which empower school leaders to make decisions that they judge most suitable for their school community, and I think the session before highlighted some of this, these reforms have also made our language programs more vulnerable to the numerous pressures at the school level. With school leaders far, far less likely to use anything but English at home than the average Australian, they are very poorly equipped to understand languages education, even if they really cherish and see its importance. And this impacts program closures, but it also an even less measurable issue, and you've heard from Louisa and many others about the issue of data, good data. It actually really impacts on learning outcomes, not just those bums on seats. We need school leaders who want to know how to lead the development of Asia capability, and for this they themselves need incentives to learn Asian languages. This can work in tandem with funding lighthouse programs where rich and effective language teaching can prosper, enabling the spread of success rather than a general experience of relative failure. It is essential to have this meaningful action rather than well-meaning statements of intent, pie-in-the-sky models of all Australians learning 3 languages to fluency, or broad but shallow funding for Asia literacy that will just waft away when political winds or global events take a turn. I'll change gears a little. So-called AI, a highly capable moron, can do some pretty fancy work with language. But it can't build trust and step in for Australians when they want to talk to other Australians who can speak an Asian language, or with other states as we navigate our complex region. But it does have potential to help with language teaching. In order to realise this potential, it's necessary to develop our pedagogy and understanding of these tools. We can't do it without knowing what we're doing. We need to know more about how changes in technology can be leveraged, and for that, Asian studies and language acquisition and teacher training need to cross-fertilise. Universities are the logical place to support this work, but teaching, research and training is rarely well connected with Asian studies areas. Both sectors are suffering as language teachers in universities often miss out on engaging with solid language teaching pedagogy, and teacher training has very little Asia engagement in it. Australia can position itself as an innovator. Our education sector garners interest from Asia, and in looking to partner for language technology and innovation in the education space, we could share and gain a lot from our neighbours. But language technology needs good data, and responsible development of such technology requires not only guardrails and accountability for the tools themselves, but also for the institutions that build them. Building sovereign capability in Indo-Pacific language data is a crucial step in a future-focused education plan and is intimately entwined with how we can be secure and prosperous in our region. We must not leave this to tech giants. These technologies and the institutions that develop them must be responsible to our citizens through more than market forces. This is an area for government to act. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and I look forward to questions.
Well, thank you for those opening statements. And there are big picture systemic issues that I want to explore with Dr. Field and Dr. Maxwell-Smith. But before that, I just wanted to ask a few granular questions of Pak Zaki. So, Pak Zaki, your submission and your opening statement, you write about your, I think, inspiring story of coming from Indonesia to Australia to become an Indonesian language classroom teacher. And you talk about volunteering at community languages schools and how that inspired you to teach in Western Australia, Victoria, now ACT. You've written about your extensive out-of-school efforts to build cultural and education links between Indonesia and Australia. And I have heard from many people that you're an incredible teacher and
thank you.
You inspire many of your teachers, your students, to study Indonesian, to continue those studies. So can I ask, what were the things that supported you on your journey to becoming an Indonesian classroom teacher as someone from an Indonesian background? And can I ask, how can we get more Pak Zakis teaching in our school?
As in my submission, I have very, very fortunate to be working alongside a supportive leadership in school. I think Dr. Field has already mentioned that, and Dr. Maswell, it's important to have our leadership and our hierarchy in the leadership at the school to be able to see us and enable us to be creative. It is often be outcomes driven, but I always, at the center of my heart, loves, I think, building people to people. And I always think of being in language teacher, we're very versatile. I have trying to communicate, to build, let's say, bring a speaker talk from an enterprise startup company in Indonesia into my student. So as Dr. Field mentioned, of linking and making sure that your Indonesian speaking ability and skill can be relevant to your future career. So I try to bring all of those beyond classroom experiences. And so far, when I initiated that proposal to the leadership, they would always say, oh, that's fantastic, Zaki, let's go ahead. And so I think enabling me to pursue that pathway and make it easier, I think has been helpful in the initiative that I've been proposing.
So many of the submissions have emphasised students' decisions about whether to continue Indonesian studies are strongly shaped by the quality of their learning experiences. On that note, I want to say congratulations for increasing the number of Indonesian students at your school by nearly 50%, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. So from 1 classes to 2 classes. And again, I work very, very hard. I mean, I like to think that, I think it's all come from passion, but also way that we integrate. So I think as a teacher, I always try to remember that, yes, we teach Indonesian, but seek ways to collaborate with the music department and with all of the other departments, because we're very versatile. And when we seek to integrate with other departments, we increase visibility in the school communities, and then they start to even put Indonesian on par with other subjects and thinking, oh, I know I can choose Indonesian too. So I think it's important. But yeah, I wouldn't lie to you that it has been a lot of hard work. And as Dr. Field mentioned, I am the only one teacher at the school that has to bring. And so, if not being supported by my leadership and the surrounding Indonesian organization community, I can't do it on my own. So, yeah.
Well, congratulations on an incredible success story in a difficult context nationally. Your submission, you note the challenge of limited, both contemporary and curriculum-aligned Indonesian teaching resources, and you note that you personally developed many of the resources that you use from scratch. So can you tell the committee a little bit more about your experience with the kinds of teaching materials available to you to teach Indonesian, and what the federal government can best do to support teachers like you in the classroom in developing those materials or in utilising materials from developed elsewhere?
I put myself into, if I'm not a native speaker, it would be very difficult to generate content that we could use it in our classroom. But I suppose with me being a native speaker and knowing the network to be able to support together, building, recording and all that sort of stuff, it made possible. But Indonesian, I suppose, is a very niche language to learn. If we teachers look out there in the web in comparison to learning French, to Japanese, the resources are abundant. And I think we all language teacher in the country remember about the old web version of online Victorian online education website. It is so good that every teacher in the country knows and use them at some capacity. And then sometimes it stops. So these are the resources that made available to all teachers digitally and for free. And talking about, schools with money, what about those schools without financial resources? So being able to, I suppose, put funding in a group where they can come up with a project. We're going to come up with video resources online that's just free, accessible for our teachers, I think will means a lot for the program. And we know that once the resources are made, they're being recycled, and they will be there for as long as it needs. So,
Wonderful. Thank you for that good news story. Can I zoom out a little bit to Dr. Field and Dr. Maxwell Smith and just ask a big picture question, and that based on your expert vantage points, both as people who have experience in the classroom teaching and as people who have studied the sector at the macro level, on current trajectories, what do you expect Indonesian language studies at Australian schools to look like in 10 years' time? And can I just ask bluntly whether we are facing an existential crisis here?
So I'm actually not sure exactly of the numbers, but I know that definitely there's definitely on a trajectory for extinction. Some of the, for example, one person I interviewed for my PhD research, she studied Indonesian at university, and she talked about, she said, her language teacher at school told her, oh, it's such a wonderful place to study Indonesian at Sydney University. The classes are so big. And then she said she arrived there expecting classes of about 60 or more and multiple classes. And she said, no, it's such a small community. And she's still in contact with that school teacher of hers. And she said the teacher was shocked, and it's just such a small, it's getting smaller and smaller. And as we've seen with the cuts to various language departments nationally, it's having such an impact on numbers in classrooms and all that kind of thing. Sarah?
I think there's two kind of measures that we often look at here, and the big one that's highlighted is enrolments. I do think that's plummeting. I know ACT teacher who has done a lot of teacher training in the ACT, Rebecca Bartaglini, has not had a teacher to train for quite a few years now, and that's because there's just nobody coming through the pipeline. So in the ACT, we certainly can see this, like we're approaching retirement age for some teachers, but also just a lot of teachers who are living in these really awkward positions of part-time work and programs closing. And so there's not a lot of opportunity even if you can teach. But yeah, approaching a precipice there, absolutely an existential question. But additionally to that, and something that I think gets hidden even though the numbers look dire when you look at the bums on seats, the enrolment data, is this actual learning outcomes. And there are programs that are producing fantastic Indonesian language skills, but there are also a lot of programs where there are so many systemic issues pressing down on the teacher, the students, the program structure, the allocated time, all of these sorts of things, where actually the learning outcomes are not very impressive. And one of the things and one of the reasons why we're suggesting this go deep and strong in particular schools is because when you spread out the effort, you end up with maybe what looked like buoyed enrolment numbers, but you actually don't get real learning outcomes. And with that experience of poor outcomes, you actually get worsening in the community attitudes towards what language teachers in Australia can do, disrespect for teachers themselves, and principals who are not really interested in starting an Indonesian language program or sustaining it properly. I did just wonder, Tim, if I could add something to your question that you asked to Zaki about recruiting teachers from Indonesia. I heard May Turnip, who's an outstanding Indonesian teacher. She's won an award from the Australian Indonesia Institute, and she spoke 2 days ago at the first Indonesian Congress, the first Congress for Indonesian language held in Australia. It's a landmark there, supported by the Indonesian Embassy, about how being a native speaker really just wasn't enough. That as she went into schools, she needed a lot of time to adjust and learn about language acquisition pedagogy, but also learning the Australian teaching environment. I think she talked about the viciousness of Year 9 school students. No, I don't think she put it as viciousness, but, that context, it's not something you can just drop someone into. And I think understanding the needs of teachers who might be coming from Indonesia is really important. There's a lot of contextual training that needs to happen, but also a lot of respect that needs to be within that teacher training program. A lot of Indonesian teachers who come here or people who would like to study it are really, they're coming from a country of 280 million people where they're really often the cream of the crop. They're very intelligent people, and the number of times that I've seen teacher training programs fall flat because of, frankly, disrespectful approaches to those people, a lot of cultural misunderstanding, is really disappointing. And so there's this need for, one, cultural, contextual learning. What is an Australian teacher like? What are, parents like here? There's, and a lot of Indonesians will come very underprepared for that if we don't have a robust program to help them learn that environment. But simultaneously, we also need people who understand and know about Indonesia for that process to take place. And again, this is where I draw this attention back to deep and strong in small locations where you can do that kind of training, both of Australians who need to upskill, but also if you're bringing in diaspora expertise or Indonesians directly from Indonesia, where they can actually learn from very experienced teachers who are running a successful program about what success looks like. If you drop them into a place where you have a principal who doesn't understand language learning processes, doesn't have a second language, has never been to Indonesia, doesn't have much Asia capability at all, and then suddenly expect that to work, it's, I think, a recipe for wasting money. Yeah.
Well, look, on that deep and strong theme, we've seen a drumbeat of Indonesian language program closures at Australian schools across the country in recent years. So can I ask, how important is it for us to essentially stop the bleeding here, to prevent a closure of existing Indonesian language programs at Australian schools in the short term? I think, Dr. Maxwell-Smith, in your submission, you argued that quote, "The first focus of initiatives must be to reinforce existing programs and teachers so that they can deepen gains where there is already some level of traction." So how important is that, and what kind of interventions can the federal government make in the short term to stem the flow of Indonesian program closures at Australian schools?
I'll speak to that first, if that's okay. Yeah. Look, I think it's really essential. I know of at least 3 Indonesian teachers in the ACT who are not teaching in programs at the moment. And there are a variety of factors involved there, but some of it is burnout, some of it is, untenable workloads in the schools that they were teaching in. So they've left a program and those programs have consequently closed. I myself may well be in this position shortly where I'm ready and willing to teach, but there's not a program that is interested. And part of that is because we don't have very good advocacy groups, and in this highly pressurised system where teachers are supposed to volunteer their time to create student engagement, to make their own resources like Zaki talks about, to rock up to a classroom of kids who are frankly quite often disrespectful, with parents who are quite often disrespectful about the capacity of language teachers, and suddenly then also develop their own professional learning in their spare time is just a completely unviable situation. If you look at things like science teacher associations, they have huge enrolments in their, memberships in their organisations, and they have a sustainable model for funding and for kind of development of their association and for advocacy. At the moment, the various associations around Australia for Indonesian language teachers. And I would like to just say here that this is quite different for different Asian languages. And I think today we're talking very much about Indonesian, but I would encourage the committee to look and talk to teachers of other Asian languages if they're considering funding models for association teaching associations. We absolutely need some support. Wilta, Vilta, Intan, Chita, we're not properly associated because nobody, ACT is a small jurisdiction and we just can't quite find the oomph to get there. They work with Balai Bahasa Indonesia or Balai Bahasa Budaya Indonesia in different states, which received seed funding. Often the Indonesian government is sort of, a little elbowed for, come on, do a bit more on your part. But they did provide seed funding for these Balai Bahasa Indonesia groups, and they're run by volunteers, often retired volunteers. I sat on the board of the Balai Bahasa Indonesia for a while in the ACT. And, we're all trying to do our best. We're doing, as Louisa has said, but also what was her name? The woman before, Cheryl Brennan mentioned before, running on, the smell of a rag or an oily rag, running professional learning is just, it's really very difficult to do. And I can see that this is an avenue where federal funding, you don't have to go through the state systems to fund these kind of bodies. You can directly intervene with teacher associations. It's a fantastic way, in my opinion, to stop that hemorrhaging, which I see in the teaching profession. Sorry, Louisa and Zaki may have additional points there.
So I'm interested to get Dr. Field's perspective, but it's a twofold benefit to teacher associations. It supports teachers in the field who are facing acute specific problems, who are isolated from support networks, and so it helps support them in the face of the challenges they face and burnout, but also it can be an advocacy front to schools, to the government to support the cause. And in the past, we've seen both the Indonesian Embassy and in the Australia-Indonesia Institute having been sort of pulled into those advocacy efforts, by virtue of the fact that I don't want to say there are no one else, that they sort of step into the breach in that advocacy space. Okay. Dr. Field?
Yeah, absolutely. What Zara was saying, I think the language teacher associations are such a crucial point to kind of reach teachers. If it was up to me, pre-service teachers wouldn't leave university without being paired with, say, a mentor from a language teacher association, regular meetings, and then also in terms of teachers are pressed for time. I know, that's like the number one thing, is being given time, planning time where they can say, oh, I'm going to go to this meeting with my mentor, or where we can work on resources and discuss planning. Because as Zaki said, and as I said earlier, you often don't have someone to kind of guide you through the planning, the curriculum, all the expectations, making sure the scopes and sequences are all up to date. That's really, really difficult when you come in and you're on your own. So if we could have a program where the Language Teacher Association steps in towards at university level and say, okay, have you got a job? Where are you going to work? All right, let's pair you with this person who's in your region, and you are going to have time during your weekday. And there's so much, as we've seen with Zaki, look at how much work you're doing outside of your allocated hours. It should be part of your allocated time because it is work. Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more to Dr. Maxwell Smith and Dr. Field in regards to teachers and how can we support. Well, there are a lot of jobs opening, and I have always advocating my friend who recently graduated. And it's hard to, at the end of the day, it's hard to entice them if the contract is very little. When we talk about, well, I mean, I'm happy to give it my all. I work for full time, and that's what my aspiration. It gives me the platform. But a lot of contracts is only 0.2. It's only 0.2. What are they going to do with it? So I think it's just it's not sustainable to have all this little short contract to make it appealing for someone who wants to continue the program. So I don't know how to address that, but I think if we make it the contract more appealing for new teachers, there's some leg there.
Could I just add, Tim? Yeah, just that I think it's important in your consideration of something like this to also think about the nature of the organisations when you think about a model for funding. Something like a grant system is not very appropriate in this context because there are not all that many teachers who are in a position to have time to write things like grant applications or have a lot of deep experience in that area. And I would say that something like this would just need to be okay, we can see who has been doing this for decades, and there are organisations who have been doing it for decades, and we're just going to actually fund you to do your core business, because I don't think that you will get enough uptake and convincing enough arguments in grant applications through a normal process. We're too far gone in that hemorrhaging for people to start applying their own bandages, if that makes sense.
I want to come back to some questions on the Lighthouse Schools idea, but I just want to pass the call to Mr. Soon in the first instance.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, I guess, primarily towards you, Dr. Field, but to you, Dr. Maxwell Smith, and Zaki as well, just around moving away from, I think, the practical side, but more to, I guess, the thematic side around the culture of learning languages in Australia. I know you've done a little bit of research on this, Dr. Field. By a little, I mean quite a bit. Can you just talk us through what you have found in this piece? Because, look, it's something that you kind of hear that Australia just doesn't have that culture in place, and as a result, systematic structures in place that kind of flows from it. Would you mind just talking us through some of your findings?
Absolutely. Thanks for the question. So the model of language learning that we have in Australia is generally elective. That's the crucial thing. We have very low levels of mandation, and the mandation differs state to state, despite the national curriculum saying that we should have language learning available from kindergarten foundation to year 10. Victoria is the only state that's approaching that. But the culture, just in terms of what I found through so I did a survey, a national survey of high school students, year 9 to year 12, and asked them, why are you studying language? Why are you not studying language? And also something uplifting that I found was that there is definitely an interest there. They are interested in learning a language. But what I was finding was coming up often was students saying things like, oh, I'll do it when I get to university, right now I need to focus on the core subjects right now. So that, and then, they get to university and language learning is very difficult. And language learning at university is a different beast to learning a language at school. It's challenging. And so we see the dropout rate in university is very, very high. So I would say that this idea of it being a periphery thing is one of the crucial factors that is influencing the culture around people thinking, oh, it's something that's an additional thing. It's not the core. It's not something that's going to be something that I need throughout my career. It might be just an extra something that's nice to have, which for a lot of people, once they actually get to the workforce, they find, oh, it would be so useful. Like so many of my friends have, one example is a friend that works in biomedical devices. She ended up working in France and then had to learn to speak French. But I know that the issue is that it's hard. You can't see the future when you're in. You don't know 20 years into the future, 10 years into the future what you're going to be doing. So it is very hard. But we need to make it visible. Like I said in my opening statement, those next few steps, programs like Achichi's, linking it to what degrees they want to do, that is what is so crucial. Those near peer role models, people who are just a few steps ahead of them, making them visible to our high school students is so important.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. But I'd be interested in your thoughts, Dr. Maxwell, and you too, Zaki, if that's possible.
Sure. Thanks for the question. I think that the thing that stands out to me here, and maybe Zaki will have the same thing, it's drawn more on my personal experience of high school language classrooms, is that students are very diverse, and the things that motivate them are not able to be captured in one, simple bumper sticker. You need a whole myriad of messaging to go out, and I think the near peer kind of idea, when there's a lot of different examples, is useful. That transactional economic rationalism, it's not something that I've never used, and it's not something that I don't think should ever be used, but it only works for a small portion of students, and you actually need to talk about all of the things, and that's quite a challenging job for language teachers, because often we have, and I think when I've been listening to these hearings, but also reading submissions, there has been a lot of prominent voices in the academic space, in the policy space, from people who are, when I think back to my high school teaching self, they're a kind of a particular kind of person. They're the sort of people who do want to go and work in DFAT. They're the people who do want to run a business and have really exciting, dynamic ideas about how to do that. And that's fantastic. And we need the rationales that hit home with students who do have those kind of aspirations. But there is a huge host of other students in Australia who have very different needs. There was work done on this, and I've unfortunately forgotten the name. I think it's something like Rationales for Studying Indonesian, which, set out a huge long list of things that would be reasons to study Indonesian. And it's quite a useful piece of work for when you're a teacher and you think, how am I going to argue this to different students? But it's really complex work. And again, this to me takes us back to this idea of lighthouse schools, where you can have build up models for success in inspiring a range of students, because at the moment the do it because you're going to get a job will work for only a select few. And I doubt it's even enough for the sovereign capability kind of perspective for security. It's certainly not enough for a cohesive Australian community. And, I find it concerning when those messages get too loud from particular types of learners and particular groups who have been successful language learners. I don't know whether, Zaki, you have a similar experience.
Yeah, I totally relate to you. Sometimes I keep saying to the students, you don't know what you want to do if you have never tried an experience. So I always think at the back of my mind, I'm here to provide you with lots of different experiences that you've never seen before, so that it sparks interest and curiosity to you. And so looking at, in-country experiences, And I think I'm very, very fortunate that our framework and pedagogy is in with the IB program, that they do have service learning. They have sort of like interest more of in conservation and all that. So link into conservation. We could do conservation in orangutan, and so we work together closely with the science department. And so yes, you're still learning about orangutan and the forest and all that, but in the context of Indonesia, and then they start to get to know a bit more into Indonesia. And so yeah, I think it is important as a language teacher to give them as much exposure as possible, and not only just the job, but also all sorts of other opportunities that they can see and relate. Because at the end of the day, our kids are very diverse, and their interests and needs are very, very vast. If anything that we know, and when we get to know our kids and tap into, in Indonesia there is this, in Indonesia there is that, and they start to like, okay, and have I think more success in that context.
Can I just jump back in there, if that's all right? Just quickly, just to say, I think that what Pakizaki's just told us just really reinforces this idea again, that it comes back to the teacher, this know students and how they learn, which is one of the objectives of the teaching guidelines. They are the crucial hinge in terms of knowing their students, knowing what works, being the ones that are able to discern and differentiate for particular groups what's going to appeal to them. So yeah, I just wanted to say again, wonderful work. So lovely to hear about all the stuff you're doing.
Thanks, everyone. And so I guess a combination of orangutans, K-pop, and a bit of everything to reach as many students as we possibly can. Eh? Thank you, Chair.
I'm just glad no one's proposing Tong Tong Tahua as an incentive. Thank you for not engaging with that, Pakizaki. Can I just ask Dr. Maxwell Smith, just before we go into the Lighthouse Schools initiative, you did mention briefly the UNSW status earlier. We've had other submissions, actually the submission from the Indonesian Embassy that suggested that the UNSW Australian Defence Force Academy had closed or suspended its Indonesian language offerings for next year. I think your evidence was slightly different to that. Do you want to just, are you in a position where you're able to describe the status quo on that? If not, that's fine as well.
Look, I've had, all I can really say is I've tried to work out what exactly has happened, and I have gotten a lot of different mixed messages. The part that's concerning to me is, yes, the Indonesian Studies major has closed, and that's actually already been in effect. When I went to the interview, I was just so excited about, opening up new windows and working with students who would be using their language in such a interesting environment. And in the interview itself, they said, no, this is not going to continue, and that's why you're on a fixed term contract, which was personally crushing. But having been there and sort of thinking, surely this has been examined and talked about extensively, I can't say that's the impression that I've had. They tell me they will retain I think a 6-month or maybe even a year, possibly elective option within the Indo-Pacific Studies major, which they can take, just Indonesian 1A and 1B, but that's optional. And, as we've seen consistently, the enrolment data can be quite tricky. And I think when that message comes through very loud and clearly through the GLOSIS program, it seems very likely to me that they won't run that course frequently if they don't get numbers. I don't know, have not heard a single thing about any kind of replacement from Defence, but I'm not party to all of those things. And, I've done a little bit of protective work for my own self around not getting too deeply into those conversations. Yeah,
we might take that. The committee might take that up with the Department of Defence directly. It does seem somewhat incongruent given the new defence cooperation and security arrangements that we've been entering into with the Indonesian government. Sorry, Dr. Field, did you want to?
I just very quickly wanted to add, just in terms of this, I think this not knowing, this data that it seems to happen over and over again, I think it just speaks to something that needs to be addressed, this consistent data collection, transparent data collection as well, easily available. It's something that I think, and especially when it comes back to you guys having to make decisions about this, the committee and politicians, having data available would be so useful. So I was just briefly going to say I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the British Council in the UK does their language trends reports. I think that's something that we could kind of mirror here in Australia, which would be useful in terms of just having data available yearly, collected data, national data, and everyone knowing a place where we can go for it. But yeah, I just wanted to add that point.
Right, thank you. Look, we've got about 10 minutes to go. I just wanted to drill down a little bit into this Lighthouse Schools idea. There are two streams to the submissions we've received. Some streams that emphasise it has to be everything or nothing almost, and that this should be a universal entitlement, and other submissions that sort of focus on actually need to drill down into building capability where it almost exists, or doubling down on sustaining capability where it already exists in schools. So, Dr. Maxwell-Smith, your submission advocates for these Lighthouse Indonesian schools to test and develop effective, sustainable, replicable models for Indonesian language programs. And I should note that this submission notes the broad alignment of that proposal with the BBIP and WILTA Asia Leader Schools proposal, as well as Dr. Michelle Kohler's Lighthouse Schools network in separate submissions. Can you explain to the committee why you believe that it's important to focus on strategic leverage points in responding to the problem as we're currently confronted? So strategic leverage points within the school system rather than broad policies on national language learning.
Sure, Tim. Look, I do hope you talk to Dr. Michelle Kohler about this idea. I believe it's something she put to DFAT actually a couple of years ago. And I believe you'll speak to Sue Cooper from WILTA / Balibasa Perth. But I suppose the thing, and it does, I listened to the session before ours, and I can, absolutely my end goal would be for equitable access for all Australians to learn Asia capability, 100%. It's not that I don't think that's a goal. It's just that having looked at and watched the Australian curriculum be rolled out in schools as an early career teacher and seen, even though there was huge momentum, huge funding, there's bodies that are still well funded to try and continue that rollout, the uptake is really varied across different states. And there is also a reason why Gonski reform started to happen, because school principals do need to make decisions that are contextually relevant to their jurisdiction, their local community. And this means you can't just go, this is how you do Asia capability across Australia. It will be the same in, outback small schools with metropolitan areas. That's not going to work. And so I think we actually don't know how to do this very, very well yet, or that in areas where we are doing it very well, that's quite specific to that environment. And having lighthouse schools that are at least contextualised to the region that they're in, which can then spread from that region, practice pedagogy models that are useful is something that would be far more successful than kind of going, okay, here's a prototype, roll it out across every Australian school. The momentum for the Australian curriculum as it rolls down through from the federal level through the states and territories, it just dissipates. And by the time you actually get to a local school, something like the Asia capability priority, the intercultural learning frameworks that are really central to that curriculum document, it's just dissipated. There's no energy left from it. And while I would love to see that equitable Australia-wide access, I do not see that this committee, maybe with the particular people and the particular government we have at the moment, maybe you could do something really productive for 3 years. But this takes longer than 3 years to change. And I think you need something that is very, very strategically able to go for decades. It needs to have enough bipartisan support that it's not going to change too much with each policy cycle. There's a lot of work over the years, Lobianco, Scorino, they're all written about how mismatch policy, that will continue if we keep trying to do it at a national level, in my opinion. I actually think from a top-down approach, I think we need to work from the bottom up with what's working and inform that national discussion with what's working. It was confronting for me to really embrace this idea, and it's taken some years for me to get there. Discussion with a lot of peers from across Australia. And when I talk, this Congress the other day, but also at various events, I see message again and again. And it's like there are systemic issues that are common across the board, but we're all experiencing them differently. We all know our different directorates or education departments are quite diverse, and the mechanisms for change are not they're not connected from top down. They work more bottom up, in my opinion. Does that answer your question, Tim?
No, it's a really difficult tension that we're sort of confronting and trying to resolve here, and it's kind of notable that this narrow focus perspective comes more from the going deeper and more focused perspective comes more from people working on the front lines in Indonesian language rather than the macro education sector specialists. In your sort of estimation, I'm not sure whether you're in a position to sort of answer this, but how many schools realistically in Australia do you think would be in a position to get to that kind of lighthouse school prerequisite level to be sustainable, as you say, over sort of the decades period? I mean, what kind of ballpark and number of schools are we talking about here that's possible in the kind of short and the medium term?
Yeah, look, I would need to do further research to really comprehensively answer that, but I suppose my impression would be that there's probably a few primary schools and a few high schools in each jurisdiction. In Victoria, you'd probably have a higher number because their languages environment is healthier. In the ACT, I can say that probably there'd be 2 or 3 high schools. There are currently no colleges, but there is a goodwill at one college, that's year 11 and 12 in the ACT. And in primary schools, we probably have 1 or 2. That's not saying I think other programs should shut. That's absolutely not what it is. It's just saying, okay, we are going to really, and again, this is about what is a mechanism that a federal institution can do without losing that momentum. You can put money into and say, this school is doing this well, and therefore we are going to fund it. What you can't do is say every school in your jurisdiction should do this way, because you have to get the territory or state to agree for that. But you can offer funding directly to schools, I would imagine, and say, this is fantastic what you're doing. You're really building this. We're going to offer your leadership the opportunity to expand their Asia expertise. We're going to fund professional development events at this school. We're going to run events at this school. We're going to allow school trips. In the ACT, I think we're the only jurisdiction at the moment not taking students to Indonesia, which at least in the public sector, which is, a real hamstring. And it's that kind of dynamic where, at this Congress on Friday, I could see, that's why you can't do a top-down approach, because our ACT Education Directorate is a totally different beast from the New South Wales level. So I would imagine, Tim, that you're probably looking at about between sort of 6 to, in Victoria, maybe, even up in the sort of 10 to 15 number for Indonesian. Again, I'd like to just know, my husband's a Mandarin teacher, primary school level, and I know that the dynamics in the teaching of Mandarin are a very, very different set of dynamics. So this is an Indonesia-specific suggestion or recommendation from, I think, the Indonesian teachers on the front line. We don't have the same diaspora drive as the Chinese or Mandarin programs have. We don't have the teacher diaspora opportunity here for Indonesian, and that's why I think you need a particularly targeted approach for Indonesian. There are other recommendations that we suggest more broadly, like the school leader language offerings and the guidelines around program management, which are across all Asian language programs, but this one is particularly targeted, this lighthouse school idea, or from Balik Bahasa Perth, they call it Asia Leader Program. They're suggesting it for all, but for me personally, and I think for a lot of Indonesian teachers, this is something we think works for us. I don't think that we're necessarily proposing it more broadly.
We're coming to time, but can I just ask, there's a final question on this lighthouse proposal, that it's sort of implicit in what you're proposing that they are kind of anchor points within an ecosystem that are engaging with the other institutions, whether that's university, Indonesian studies programs in that jurisdiction, consulates or Indonesian embassy in that jurisdiction, they're kind of, these anchor points that people can organise around and push out best practice and learnings and expertise from. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. And I think, there'd be a lot of community drive for some of these initiatives to happen. I know that the diaspora are interested in helping in schools. I know that the embassy and the consulates are very interested in supporting programs. They would need to be connected in, tertiary setting as well. Building into an ecosystem is a great way to put it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, look, thank you, everyone, for your evidence, and thank you for your advocacy, and thank you, Pakazaki, for your work in the classroom. You'll all be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence. We'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by the close of business on Monday, 22 December 2025. And we will now suspend for a 10-minute or so break, and we will reconvene at 11:15 with our next set of witnesses. Thank you all. We're just waiting on Dr. Gobel to attend, but I think we might commence with the witnesses that we have. So I'll now welcome Professor Melissa Crouch and Professor Michelle Ford to give evidence. For the benefit of Hansard, if you'll please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee.
I'm Michelle Ford. I'm here as a Professor of Southeast Asian Studies and Deputy Head of School of Languages and Cultures at the University of Sydney.
I'm the past President of the Asian Studies Association of Australia and Professor of Indonesian Law at UNSW Sydney.
Thank you. We will add Dr. Gobel when he joins. But I'll begin this session by saying that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion? I'll give the floor to Professor Crouch.
Thank you. Australia's universities are central to its Asia capability. I teach the next generation of Australian graduates and use my research expertise in Southeast Asian legal systems to inform my teaching and wider public engagement. The Australian government must play a central role in incentivising students to advance their Asia capability and ensuring long-term stability in formal education structures and institutions necessary for students to advance their studies. My career is testimony to that. I grew up in regional Victoria and then went to an unrepresented school in outer suburbs of Melbourne. I'm the first woman in my family to finish high school and the first to go to university. I had no prior connections to Asia, but I was excited by career prospects for meaningful global engagement, even though I had no financial means to do so. I chose to study Bahasa Indonesia in Year 12 because there were bonus points offered that boosted my chances of entering law at university. I then benefited from formal university education in Indonesian studies, complemented by competitive government-funded programs that supported my in-country experiences, such as IAP and the former Endeavour Awards scheme for postgraduate research. My career as a professor of Southeast Asian law demonstrates that educational incentives by government to study Asian languages work. I'm also proof that mainstreaming the study of Asia across disciplines, such as law in our universities, is vital, and that it relies on academics who themselves have studied that discipline as well as undertaken Asian studies and language programs. The real-world importance of my language skills came alive for me as a student when I studied Indonesian law. Australia needs graduates across all disciplines with specialised knowledge of Asia, as these are the future leaders of our institutions, including universities, that will determine Australia's Asia capability. Now, 2 decades later, I am concerned about the decline in graduates with deep Asia capabilities, which is quite frankly catastrophic for Australia's future, its reputation and credibility in the region. So I put 3 broad proposals to the committee and I look forward to speaking to them further. First, we need to ensure that universities are central to Australia's Asia capability, and we need tangible, long-term government incentives to support Asia language and study programs at our universities. Second, we need government incentives for universities to mainstream the study of Asia across disciplines. Mainstreaming is not only crucial for domestic students studying languages, but also because Asian heritage students are a new minority or even new majority in our classrooms. Asian heritage students, including our international students, deserve and benefit from opportunities to explore their heritage and advance their knowledge and experience. This requires academics like me, embedded in disciplines such as business, education, law, who have specialised expertise to deliver programs and supervise high-degree research projects in advanced topics that enhance students' Asia capability. And finally, to rebuild the pipeline of high school students coming into university and studying languages is essential. We need states to offer bonus points as incentives for students to undertake priority Asian languages in Year 12, and/or we need university entrance requirements that incentivise students to take a language. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Ford?
Like Melissa, I didn't grow up in a privileged metropolitan household. I'm from regional Queensland. My parents were school teachers and they both came from farming families. I didn't set out to become a Southeast Asianist. I had the marks to do a role in engineering at New South Wales, which was already heavily internationalised in the 1980s. I made Indonesian friends. I took an Indonesian language summer school, got an Australian Vice-Chancellor's Committee scholarship to study in Indonesia. I then taught Indonesian at a secondary school in far north Queensland before getting my PhD. And before coming to Sydney, I taught at the University of Southern Queensland and Flinders University. In the decade since, I've watched all the amazing work done by the Keating government to help Australia take its rightful place in our region fall away. In my submission, I make 3 key points. First, language is not enough. Real engagement of the kind required for effective policy making, diplomacy and business demands requires graduates trained in rigorous language and area studies programs, ideally alongside professional degrees. You can't understand Thailand's legal system or Vietnam's political economy with just language skills. Second, universities are a critical point of intervention. Turbo boosting capacity at the university level is the cheapest and most effective way of building Australia's Asia capability, both in the short term and through long-term multiplier effects. But it requires thinking outside the box. It's clear that demand-side measures are essential across the board, but they're not enough for Southeast Asian languages and studies. At the moment, very few universities, even within the G08, can deliver comprehensive programs even for Indonesian, and those that can depend entirely on cross-subsidies and the goodwill of deans and vice-chancellors who have multiple competing priorities and limited resources. Third, Asia capability is vital for our national security and prosperity, and it shouldn't be left to chance. As the federal government department whose core business is Asia capability, DFAT should take responsibility for securing and maintaining our Asia capability by funding a Southeast Asia capability program. For far less money than some aid projects receive annually, DFAT could fund a state-based hub and spoke model that would give students in universities around the country not only access to Southeast Asian languages, but to the political, economic and cultural knowledge that lies at the heart of Asia capability. This would be very different from the hub and spoke models I taught into when I was at Flinders or the one currently in place in Queensland, because it was incentivised spoke universities, providing studies as well as language curricula and demanding a different kind of accountability from the hub university. Students at spoke universities would get the best of what the hub could offer, and their universities would retain their student load. Local tutors paid for by the program would make the languages live for students in regional locations. Real-time online learning would give them access to world-class expertise, not only in those languages, but in the politics, economics and cultures of those countries. With ongoing DFAT funding, this model wouldn't just be sustainable, it would allow the Department of Education to focus on the longer-term work of reinvigorating Asian languages and studies in schools, work that also requires on expert graduates from Australian universities. I welcome any questions on any of all of these points.
Well, thank you, Professor Crouch and Professor Ford, for those opening remarks. If you've been listening to the hearings today, I sort of start with a big picture question that I put to everyone. And I note that, Professor Ford, your submission notes that, quote, Indonesian studies programs are rapidly disappearing. Indonesian is now offered in just 10 universities, mostly as language majors only, eliminating the context-specific coursework essential for genuine regional competence. This trajectory is unsustainable. Tiny classes do not generate tuition revenue sufficient to maintain programs, even in the major metropolitan universities. Market logic ensures these small programs will continue to intervene. So given this, Professor Crouch and Professor Ford, can I ask, based on your expert vantage points on current trajectories, what do you expect Indonesian language studies at Australian schools to look like in 10 years' time? Are we facing an existential crisis in sustainability?
Look, I think the answer is absolutely. As someone based at a university that no longer has a Bahasa Indonesia program, I have had students come to me from high school who've gotten top marks in Indonesian and not realised that our university no longer offers Indonesian. So it is heartbreaking to see these students effectively end their journey in studying Indonesian.
Yeah, I think as noted in the Achichis submission, Year 12 enrolments in Indonesia nationally have dropped to only 542. So I wouldn't say, Tim, that we're facing an existential crisis. I would say we're in the middle of it.
Thank you. So, Professor Crouch, your submission notes that, quote, in Australia, Asian studies and the study of Asia across various disciplines has long relied on institutional support of its leaders, vice-chancellors, deputy vice-chancellors, deans, heads of schools and so forth. It has also relied on secure structural foundations, Asian studies degrees, a suite of Asian language offerings, independent research centres and the study of Asia embedded across a range of disciplines from law to business. Yet over the past 2 decades, there has been a noticeable and alarming trend, a decline in the structures, institutions and people who make the teaching and training of our students possible. I just want to drill down into this a little bit because there's a common theme that we've heard in this inquiry a common response to this inquiry that I've heard, that the Australian government is doing more than ever in the region. So how can there be a problem in the institutions of our engagement with Asia if we have been more successful in striking more treaty arrangements with more Southeast Asian countries and our posts are more active? Yet back in Australia, we see this decline in structures, institutions and people. So can I ask, how can the federal government better secure the foundations of Asian studies and Asian language studies at Australian universities?
That's a great question. And it is certainly true, as you say, that as someone who has worked both at 3 different universities in Australia, I've seen differences in the way these universities are able to support their programs and the very real challenges in being unable to sustain them. I think, as my submission notes, I do think government incentives can work, but it does need to be followed up and supported by strong financial support from governments to reinvigorate the language programs and the Asian studies programs that we once had at universities. I think we do need some sort of national strategy or agreement, and I think it should be something that a range of institutions, that is both government and universities, work together on, partner in, because it's only by partnering together and realising this is a shared problem that we're going to move forward. In particular, there are obviously our language programs are really at crisis point and in need of specific support. But I would also add that there is a range of needs in terms of specialised research expertise. So, for example, over the past few years, we lost the Endeavour Awards postgraduate funding, which in the past funded students for fieldwork in Asia. There is now no longer any support of that kind, and so it means that for domestic students, there is no financial backing in terms of doing sustained research in Asia. So we're losing that kind of expertise that we need from our domestic students.
So if I can offer a perspective here too, I absolutely agree with what Melissa has said. And I would add that I don't think it's just a matter of providing some incentives in terms of sticks or even minor carrots. This really requires a fundamental intervention. And as I suggest in my submission, I think that fundamental intervention needs to come from DFAT, not education, so that there isn't a conflict over where CSP funds go or what the competing priorities are of the broader system, that this is clearly identified as a DFAT priority and it's funded as such. And what this would do, it would really give a great deal of messaging. We can see that when Julie Bishop started the NCP, in effect, that program borrowed a lot of things from a program that the Education Department already had that was undersubscribed. And when DFAT took it over, it got more visibility, it got more urgency, and it really underpinned the growth of the NCP since. And on that topic, I would say, though, especially in relation to people who are not specialising in Asia, but who are a vital part of our Asia capability. The short-term programs of the NCP were vital for getting students in who weren't already committed to Asia. And if we need to grow our Asia capability, we need to get those students in too, the engineers, the lawyers, the journalists, and the short-term programs. I think it's a big mistake actually to cut those out.
So, Professor Crouch, you flagged that the federal government's recent decision to emphasise Southeast Asian engagement in the process of considering additional international student allocations to universities as an example of a government incentive nudging university leaders in the right direction, so to speak. And you similarly suggest that universities should be required to develop a strategy and undertake annual reporting on their commitments to build Asia capability. I'm interested in the levers available to the federal government here, and I wonder what your thoughts are on whether mission-based compacts implemented by the Australian Tertiary Education Commission could be used to create incentives for this at the structural level.
Thank you. I should first of all point out that there are obviously across universities in Australia, there are a range of financial positions and challenges that many of our universities face. And at the same time, I think there is, many universities' goodwill around wanting to ensure that universities are central to Asia capability. But I guess where I come from is more recently seeing how, as you mentioned, the government's announcement around students from Southeast Asia has sparked new conversations from some universities who perhaps in the past were less engaged in Southeast Asia. And so it was a way to bring it to their attention and in some sense remind them, as many of our prime ministers do when they take office, that Indonesia in particular is one of our most crucial partners in the region. In addition, I guess I come from seeing the university being incentivised by things such as the Sustainable Development Goals. So, for example, there's a lot of discussion and requirements in my university for us to show the ways in which we are supporting and embedding the Sustainable Development Goals in our curriculum and in our research. I see no reason why, if Asia capability is a central priority for Australia, why we couldn't find ways in which universities need to be meaningfully embedding that, both in their curriculum and in their research. Look, I think the example that you've given could be one way to do that. The other that I had thought of is whether there is a way for research block grant funding that's given to universities to have some sort of incentive to promote and support research on Asia, because I think in the end, if our universities are central to people engagement with Asia, we should be leading with our research, because it's our research that is informing our teaching and our engagement with our students. And that is, in many ways, what attracts both domestic students and students from the region when they see that some of the most exciting research is being done at Australian universities. Thank you.
If I can just add a really concrete example of that, when I was director of the Sydney Southeast Asia Centre, a centre that was entirely funded internally by the University of Sydney, when we're in the region, both Australian diplomats and local partners always commented on our research-led approach, because too often Australia can be seen as being extractive, wanting the student places but not really providing the support. And that's why, echoing Melissa's earlier comments, it's really important not to see international students as a threat, but actually as a great resource, especially in the Southeast Asia space where engaging with real people from a place can be a very strong incentive to learn.
So a number of the submissions to the inquiry either advocate for or are informed by past efforts of universities consolidating Asian studies expertise, Asian languages expertise, and then collaborating in the delivery of these programs. Professor Ford, you've advocated for this hub and spoke type model. Dr. Gobel, who was going to be in this hearing as well, as part of the Brisbane University's Language Alliance. And we've heard previous experiences about, for example, our relationship with the University of Wollongong, etc. in the past. One of the things, so many submissions sort of note that there's great potential to deepen expertise in such a consolidation and then to project it out. But others flag that done wrong, this can accelerate trends of decline in other universities. One of the things that has come through quite strongly is the logistical challenges in getting different university bureaucracies to talk to each other. And Professor Crouch, your submission flags that, quote, there are logistical issues such as time and transport barriers if a student attempts to gain credit for studying past Indonesia through another university in Sydney. We need to make it much easier for university students to take up and advance their language skills. Am I right in thinking that regardless of the best intended big picture plans from policymakers, more prosaic issues like timetabling and the logistics of commuting between campuses would in practice play a decisive role in the viability of these cross-university models? How could a model like this get that right for an individual student that didn't make things worse?
Perhaps if I can start on that, because I taught into the Flinders hub and spoke model where expertise was based at Flinders, and we also taught Adelaide students. It was a good solution for the students in a place like Adelaide, which is not too big. It was terrible for the staff because the workloads were horrendous. So I think the thing is about hub and spoke models, it can't just be a band-aid to try to keep availability. It actually has to be a proactive approach that overcomes all these issues because they are real issues. And the way I think this would best work is if there wasn't cross-transfer, home universities were encouraged, the spoke universities were encouraged to have a big enough cohort that they could run a classroom, they would run it with a local tutor, and there would be virtual real-time input from the hub. So it wouldn't be a second-class option. You know, we had students come to us from Western Sydney. They would travel hours and hours to get to our classes. But those arrangements also really relied on having a champion at the spoke university. We used to have a very strong hub and spoke in person with UTS. And the day that Barbara Lee retired, we stopped getting students. So what we need to do is take it away from this contingency, whether it be the contingency of a particular academic, the contingency of a head of school, a dean, a VC, and actually have a robust system that is not reliant on the goodwill of individual people and also on people working double workloads. Because the trouble is in Indonesian studies programs at the moment, most academics are part of a 1 or 2 person department and they are working so hard, and it doesn't leave them enough time for school outreach and all those other important things that universities should be doing.
Yeah, look, I agree with that. And if I could just add, as someone who's based at a university where in theory students could enroll in another university and get credit through my university, my understanding is that at the moment, there may not be any particular reason why a university bureaucracy would do that, because in effect we are giving money to another university. So I think the model that Michelle has raised is one option to incentivise universities, because in the end they're not having to give away money for that subject to another university.
Dr. Gobel has joined us online, I see. Do you want to? Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make? Or
no, I don't. Just apologies. I didn't factor in the time difference.
No worries.
Call. So, yeah.
We're discussing the logistics of getting university bureaucracies to talk to each other in cross-institutional offerings at the moment. Is there anything that you want to add from the Brisbane University Language Alliance perspective on how these kind of arrangements can work in practice, or what the obstacles might be?
I mean, I suppose the primary obstacle for our students is typically we get them from Griffith and QUT, and it's just the distance of getting across. And then the other thing is aligning with timetables, because the semesters are sometimes not perfectly aligned either. So, and then getting it done through admin seems to be takes longer than it should, I think. So students don't have access to the email and therefore to the learning site and that sort of thing. So the materials that can take time. So yeah, that's.
I just want to ask one more question on this sort of structural model, and I'll pass to Mr. Soon for some questions. So, Professor Ford, your submission advocates for a Southeast Asia capability program to rebuild institutional capability in universities on this front. And this program would operate as a hub and spoke model, as we've discussed, in which targeted languages and area studies programs for Indonesian should be supported at one metropolitan university in each mainland state and territory, with additional streams for Thai and Vietnamese in Sydney and Melbourne, while support for existing programs at the ANU could also be strengthened. Each of these institutions should be required then to have outreach capability, as you flagged earlier, to regional universities, and in Victoria's case to Tasmania through a hub and spoke model. Can you speak to the advantages of such a model in securing the structural foundations of Asia studies and Asian language studies in Australia?
Yes, I'll speak to the Indonesian case, but I think it's extendable to Thai and Vietnamese. As you know, and as we've discussed earlier in this session, Indonesian language is hanging on by a thread in many universities and even in Brisbane with its group approach. So we really need a different kind of model. And the advantages of the hub and spoke model that I'm proposing is that we're not just talking about having a language offering that people may or may not be able to take if they can get to a certain campus. It's a strong, robust program with excellent curriculum materials. And in my submission, you'll note that I also recommended that there be funds set aside for an initial curriculum push that's not based at any one university, but is a national approach that brings together all the hub universities, but also interested academics from the spoke universities to create a cutting-edge curriculum in Indonesian studies. The problem is when academics are one or two academics and they're very busy teaching and doing everything else, there's not enough time to do really excellent curriculum work. And so people really struggle with that. And I think the program would need to include some initial startup for that. The other thing I said in the submission, and I believe this strongly, this isn't a startup grant, right? It's not like the classic aid program where you provide funding for 3 years and everything is supposed to be sustainable. We need to recognise that if Australia wants Asia capability that it can truly rely on, it needs to have a long-term sustainable investment that gives vice-chancellors confidence to hire extra staff, gives spoke universities confidence to set up the administration and the requirements at their end, and actually builds momentum for real engagement around these issues. I think also it's important to complement this with an extended NCP that doesn't just have the new long-term versions, but also short-term, as I said before, and a version of that that gives partners confidence. So the hub university could take the administrative load for these, but it could be available to students from the spoke universities as well to have short-term engagement projects. And as we said earlier, this is really important for getting students in who don't already know and love Indonesia. As I said in my opening statement, I'm an accidental Indonesianist, and there should be more people like me. There should be structures that bring people in who don't know about a country in Southeast Asia and become passionate through their engagement at university. I'm very happy to answer more technical questions if you like, but I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Sure. Mr. Soon's been very patient. Just one technical or logistic question. I think so far there's been a lot of focus on the potential for these mission-based compacts almost being sort of one-on-one compacts with universities. In this space, it seems like what is needed, or what would be needed if this was the approach to addressing it, would be a cross-university and also cross-government Asia capability mission-based compact that really was a mechanism for coordinating Asian studies, Asian language pathways both across universities and between government programs and universities. Do you see potential in that kind of an approach to the coordination question?
I don't think that's necessary for the big East Asian languages. I think there it's much more a demand side question. But for Southeast Asian languages, absolutely. And the advantage of a government-wide approach, but driven by DFAT, it would cut through a whole lot of the red tape that is necessary in the tertiary education system and place this where it should be as a strategic initiative, not as business as usual in the universities. And I think the advantages of going through DFAT, and we have a pathway for this, DFAT has already done the NCPs, you can actually have a really surgical strike that does involve, and really not just involves, but encourages cross-university collaboration so that we know that across Australia, every student is getting excellent opportunities. I note that Jason Clare mentioned at some stage that maybe ANU could do all of this. I think that's wrong. I feel like we need a state-based approach so that we can leverage local communities, we can have outreach to schools, we can do all those other important things, engage with business, with all sorts of other people coming through the capital cities. But there is no reason why academics at 6 or 7 universities couldn't regularly meet, collaborate, and really break down the silos that are in tertiary education at the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to you all for your responses so far. I just know Professor Crouch and yourself, Professor Ford, I know you've both spent some time working either in country in Southeast Asia or with bodies. Noting particularly, I think, Professor Crouch, you spent a couple of years in Singapore, and Professor Ford, I know you're part of an advisory committee with NUS as well, or have been previously. Are there any things that you have seen from those institutions, but then also those countries that we could really learn from, given their success in producing kind of multi-language skills in their populations?
Perhaps if I'll go first. Thanks for the question. I'm here in Indonesia at the moment and have been visiting some universities here. And to be honest, what has struck me this time around when I was asking Indonesian universities here about where they're sending students, the answer was South Korea and China. And I think if Australia doesn't act soon, we are missing out on what is going on in the region. We need our Australian universities to put their best foot forward and to realise that things are happening fast in the region and without us often. I mean, I think Singapore, having worked there, it has a very close relation. The universities have a very close relationship with the government in terms of strong sources of funding from the government for Asian studies programs. And also from what I hear, I mean, in places like China, there is a renewed push for things like Southeast Asian studies from the government. So I think what I see is that other governments in the region know that they are interconnected with other countries and know the centrality, particularly of Southeast Asian studies. And so I think it is incumbent on the Australian government, to act in this space.
Yeah, I've been on advisory boards for Asia centres in South Africa, Taiwan, NUS, quite a few places, and I did a review of NUS's Asia Research Institute. So I think I have a couple of main observations here. One echoes Melissa's. The Taiwanese government got me to come and speak to their department, their Labour Ministry, because they're really interested in learning about Southeast Asian industrial relations, which is my field. There's a whole lot of links between government and a lot of government funding in Taiwan, as Melissa said, in China as well. I'm in KL at the moment. And what we see, though, is that Australia has a different problem because people in the region, and even in places that were traditionally monolingual like Japan and Korea, now really understand the importance of multilingualism, and most Australians do not. Right? So I think the challenge is fundamentally different, and that's why demand-side measures, but also government messaging is really important, as well as having a supply-side option that people can actually take. So, going back to my opening statement, when I started university, I did engineering not because of anything in particular. I was good at maths and science, I was good at history and English, but there was a really big government push for women in tech. And that really affected the way I thought about it. And it made me make the decisions that led me to be an Indonesianist, ironically. So I think the government messaging is important, and it's really it's unheard. Students don't think about languages as anything but a risk to their futures. I think that's very clear in the student numbers. So I think we need a really comprehensive approach that includes demand-side incentives, supply-side initiatives, and really strong public messaging.
Could I just add one follow-up? could I just add one follow-up? Just to say that, I think there is the demand from students there in Australia if they have the opportunities to begin to engage, but often they don't. So, for example, in my faculty, I teach a course on law in Asia. I attract many students who are of Asian heritage, and they come to my classes often studying about law in Asia for the first time. And initially, they come saying, this is a bit of a niche subject, and I try to shift their attitude on that. But by the end of the course, they very much say, this is a course that helped me connect with my heritage, helped me explore the region. I now see the importance of it, and they go off excited and making the connection between who they are and the possible career paths that they have. And so I think that's a real potential of both combining Asian studies with mainstreaming, is that it helps, our broader society in Australia realize the real potential that they have in terms of who they are and connecting it to their career pathways.
Thank you so much for that. Chair, if you may indulge me just for a second question. This is to all three of you. One of the things that I noticed wasn't included in your submission was around community language provision. I'd be interested in your thoughts about how that could operate in and around what's happening in kind of formal schooling and at the tertiary level, and how you see that potentially interacting.
I mean, I can say something very briefly. It's not quite directly to your question, but it was earlier raised about, the role of ANU. And, a number of years ago, I embarked on learning Burmese. Now, Burmese is one of those minority languages, but I think is still important in terms of Australia having capability in this area, given the very real risk to security in the region at the moment and to democracy. But when I started learning it, there was no university in Australia that offered it. Then ANU did offer it, but I was based in Melbourne, and there was no way that I could take the ANU course while I was in Melbourne. I think it is now partly online, so those things make it easier. But I do think community language provision can be really essential, particularly for the languages that universities, minority languages that universities may never, fully be able to capture.
From my perspective, it's an important part of the puzzle because it gives heritage speakers a way of understanding where they may take this. I think then the issue is, how do we move from a community-based language approach for children into a university pathway where parents of those children, many of them first generation or second generation migrants, see the value of university language study alongside a degree. We get wonderful heritage speakers in our class, and many of them just have kitchen Indonesian. They aren't real speakers of Indonesian. So even though they're from the background, their parents are native speakers, they really need the university program to get their language skills, but also all that other knowledge, which is not necessarily in a migrant household. Some households, of course, but not all, that really actually leverages their heritage, their interest in the region and their background to make them a really serious player in terms of Asia capability.
Oh, I don't have anything else to add there. I mean, what Michelle said is that resonates closely with how I think about it. So.
And do you mind if I ask, are there any kind of existing relationships between universities and community language providers as a bit of a model for how it could potentially be done at a broader scale that you're aware of?
Sydney certainly has. I'm not an expert in that program. Ken Cruikshank runs it, but I could certainly take that question on notice and provide you details.
That'd be very helpful, Professor Ford. Thank you.
Yeah, at UQ we don't have any at the moment, but I can certainly talk to a colleague of mine who works in the heritage language space. So I can take that question on notice as well.
Are you there, Mr. Soon?
Yep, that's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Professor, or just another follow-up on the discussion on the hub and spoke model. Your submission calls for initial federal funding for a national community of practice for curriculum development, renewal, and outreach. Can you provide the committee with some further detail about how you envisage those functions operating in practice? What would be required to actually enliven and get the benefit from that? And what are the sort of expected quantums that of funding you required to make something like that work?
Yes, I mean, I think back to the early days of Achichis, and I was heavily involved when I was at Flinders and then later at Sydney. And there were a lot of opportunities built into the program for people from different universities to come together and not just talk about admin, but actually come up with ideas for new programs, refine curriculum, and so on. And way back when I was a student, actually, New South Wales was part of a language initiative that was really heavily involved in curriculum development. And it was cutting edge and it was exciting. And really, that's the main reason I did it, because it was so interesting and so embedded in the real world. So I think, this wouldn't have to be an intensive investment over the long term, but to have initial series of meetings with clear objectives and clear outputs as part of a larger DFAT-funded Southeast Asia Capability Program, so that academics know that the investment of their time, their effort, their connections really is valued and will have long-term consequences. So I think the reason we need to think about this as a whole package from the sort of DFAT/government angle is because if you only do one part, it all falls down. It needs to have all these mutually supporting elements that actually create a world-class, program that will not just be there when domestic students start being interested because of all the government messaging and the efforts in school, but also help attract students from the region. Because we know that if students come from the region and they study subjects that are taught in their own language alongside subjects that are taught in English, it actually improves their capability, while also building people-to-people relationships. For international students, it can often be a really isolating experience being in a country like Australia. And if you've got classrooms where you have native speakers and advanced learners learning from each other, not language per se, but information through language. So, for example, we have a rotating curriculum in the senior level of our Indonesian program that is available to both native speakers and advanced learners. And the topics are the climate emergency, digital disruption. They're all topics that actually speak to everybody. And the native speaker students don't do the best in those subjects because it's not just about their language capability. It's about critical thinking. It's about engaging with global issues, engaging with Australia, and so on. So I think if we think of it as a comprehensive package underpinned by excellence and by collaboration, then we really will shift the needle.
And in that comprehensive package, there's sort of a temporal kind of emergency rescue package type element. And then there are longer term structural reforms to ensure the sustainability over the duration. Is that right? They interact with each other.
Yeah, so there would need to be ongoing support for the Asia Capability Program, recognising that something that's so important to Australia shouldn't depend on enrolment numbers. Okay. It is important no matter how many students are there. So, as I said before, this isn't a 3-year aid program. This is a long-term strategic investment, a bit like the Indonesia project at the ANU, but much more targeted and much broader in scope. Mm-hmm. What you need, though, to kick that off, so I don't think it's a separate issue. I think it's the kick-off phase, the initiation phase of that longer program.
And were you listening earlier to the evidence around these ideas for sort of Indonesian lighthouse schools or Asian leader schools that have been proposed in other submissions? How could sort of deeper focuses from schools within the jurisdictions of these hubs, how could they relate to each other at the school level and at the university level? I'm interested in pathways for students across different levels of education and building that connectivity.
Yeah, I think that engagement with schools wouldn't be limited to the hubs. If the spokes had dedicated personnel and the support of the hub, they could be doing school outreach in their own regions. And I think there's 2 levels here. The low-hanging fruit is actually Asia content in other disciplines, right? If you can put it into social studies or you can put it into maths. Park Ridge in Queensland used to have an immersion program where every student studied all their subjects in Indonesian. But in English language subjects, if you've got good quality, excellent content that actually could be delivered by the tutor at the Spoke University as well, with support from the Hub University, you might get the sorts of students that you want to study it. Because one of the problems with Australia's school-based project at the moment, and I noticed this in some of the submissions, there's a lot of stopping and starting. So you might do a language from year 1 to 4, then a different language if you change schools, and then you start again at year 8. And having taught year 8 in Queensland when it was the first year of high school, bright students were so bored because they didn't want to just do the same old boring thing again. Queensland had an interesting model in the 1990s. It didn't have Indonesian before, so it put in all the low socioeconomic areas because it said it was an easier language that students who didn't have as much time to learn could learn. So, of course, that messaging wasn't very helpful. But what was helpful were there were feeder schools for a particular high school. So, for example, when I taught at Tully State High School, there were excellent staff at the primary school level who had been through a government-funded one-year program in Indonesia. So they were actually fluent. They understood the country. They weren't a German teacher who happened to speak a bit of Indonesian and teach it on the side. And we worked collaboratively to make sure that those pathways worked, right, in terms of content as well as collaboration. And the same thing can happen at universities. If you've got university staff who aren't absolutely overwhelmed with just managing the basics, they can run programs for senior students. They can run programs for year 7 students. And another part of my submission, which I think is important, is even, New South Wales has almost no schools left that teach Indonesian, right? But if you had state-based interventions that helped schools get students into the region without having to carry the burden of organising those things, without having to worry about the duty of the care. So a bit like a Chichis does for university students, but for school students, I think then you could start to mobilise those pathways. And if you combine that with regular engagement between not just the hub universities, but the Spoke as well with local schools, I think this would change the demand side significantly.
And if we were building those consistent pathways that won't stop and start, is it a potential ambition that we could create a structure that allowed for ambitious or advanced senior students to be studying language for university credit at some point, like as a sort of extension thing to really pull people through to the tertiary sector?
I think that's an excellent idea. And if you think about the hub and spoke model as I've described it, you could have them actually engaging, coming to classes. If classes are small at universities, why not have a few advanced students from a local high school that doesn't offer the language? And as we know, those pathways into university really influence student choices if they've had a really exciting, good experience of being on campus before they're actually there.
On that note, I know Dr. Gobel, the UQ does a lot on that and the engagement with schools as well. Your submission talks about recommending a harmonised national Indonesian curriculum for schools and universities with supporting high-quality materials that are co-designed by students. Talk me through the merits of this nationally harmonised curriculum. It appears repeatedly in the submissions,
yep.
But interestingly, it appears from the Indonesian specialists, not from the education generalists. So what are the benefits of that from the perspective of Indonesian specialists? What is it that recommendation getting at benefit-wise?
I think that the primary benefit for Indonesian specialists, especially if you're thinking about ratcheting up lecturers of Indonesian, right? Many of them have training in a whole heap of different areas, right? Not all of them are specialists in language teaching. So having a curriculum with a guideline, I think, cuts a lot of that extra work that they have to do. And this came through in David Hill's report many years ago, right? And I've experienced that. And And part of the reason I put that in was that I've just recently been involved in coming up with starting, I suppose, a national curriculum through a DFAT grant where we looked at tidal flooding, right? So we work with just a few students and have made it freely available. And then we launched it with our colleagues from the remaining universities in Australia. So everyone seemed to think it was a good idea, but I haven't had anyone contacting me since saying, we'd love to help, right? What can we do to help? And I said, look, this is something we need to collaborate on. We just started a tiny little bit. The other thing, as I think of, I suppose, where I've been working in the research space is really we need to work closer with students. So it's what are the things that interest them? And I know that this is going to change and every student has something different, but if you've got I suppose a database of different topics and you've got instructions on how to use them, then whoever's doing the lecturing in that course can pick and choose. And so that makes it flexible. It doesn't lock them into a particular area, but it's also informed by what do we know about language teaching and learning, right? So you have applied linguists involved in the design as well. But that's a fairly big undertaking. Like the teaching of Indonesian as a foreign language in the early 1990s, they got about $100,000 for that. The school program got about $2 to $3 million through where they produced the Suara Siswa material. So and the Suara Siswa material was really cutting edge material. And the problem that they had was teachers really were not capable enough in terms of both their Indonesian fluency and and how to teach languages, right? How their knowledge about that. So that was one of the chinks, I guess, in the armour of this approach. And so, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but that's my response.
If I can jump in there, because I was part of the TIFL project as a student, so I can attest to the benefits in that curriculum, but then it didn't get updated for 20 years because it was a one-off project, right? So this is the problem, and this is why you need a continuing program. But the sort of initiatives that Zane is talking about would be ideal in that collaborative structure of curriculum development, because people bring different expertise, and it is really important. I mean, I have some linguistics training, but I'm not a linguist, and to have linguists working with content experts to create modules that really spoke to capacity would be wonderful for the universities in the first instance, but it could also be extended to materials that could be used by schools. The other point I'd like to underscore that Zane has made, though, is teachers actually have to have the capacity to teach it well. There's nothing worse than being in a classroom where the teacher doesn't know the language and doesn't know anything about the country. And that's where universities come in again, right? We produce the graduates. They should be doing excellent work at universities, and there should be embedded programs to get them in the region. And I mean, Monash has its fabulous global guarantee, and that's fantastic. But Monash is a very unusual university in its structures in the regions, and it shouldn't be confined to students in places like Monash. Every student, whether they be in Toowoomba or in Bathurst, should have those same kind of access, and that only happens if it's funded from outside.
Yeah, if I could just add and endorse what has been said, as someone who taught in schools in the mid-2000s for a year or two, when I started in that role, I said, where's the curriculum? And so I was very much behind the ball in every class trying to create curriculum. So I just endorse, the possibilities for new, updated, innovative curriculum, which I think Australia is in a really important position to be able to lead on.
So in any kind of hub and spoke model, it'd be vital to connect universities doing teacher training with access to Asian studies, Asian language learning, immersion. Like that would be a vital element of making that succeed. Am I thinking about that in the right way?
Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely vital. And then the other thing is we can't just borrow a curriculum from another country, because Australia is Australia and students learn best when materials relate to their own experiences. So, and anyway, globally, there's no great stuff out there either. This is a global crisis in materials for Indonesian teaching.
Can I just jump in and just the other thing that as I engaged on this project, it takes a lot of time, right? And typically negotiating with the university, I'm not very good at negotiating, and you end up just doing it, in your spare time. So for the love of it, and I had the chance to put in another to continue this, but I just thought I need a break from this. There are other things that the university is pushing me to do. So I think there needs to be some sort of mechanism that locks universities into providing real support. and that's policed, so it doesn't get sequestered for other things.
We've only got a few minutes.
Tim, if I can just say one more thing on that. I'm sorry to keep interrupting. The problem is, though, if you just keep using sticks and police universities, that won't achieve it, because we all know universities have to have real political will to do something. And the only way that comes is with incentives, because universities, like government departments, this is one thing among many. And the incentives really matter. And I think it would be problematic if we didn't understand that this isn't just about wagging a finger at a vice-chancellor and saying this needs to be done. Sorry to cut in before.
No, please. We've only got a few minutes left, but there was an interesting part of your submission, Dr. Gobel, that I haven't seen in others that I just wanted to ask you about, and that's that you're suggesting that encouraging politicians to learn Indonesian as part of their professional development. I just wanted to sort of take this moment to shout out Stephen Jones, Chris Bowen, Luke Gosling, Sam Lim, who speaks Bahasa Melayu, and obviously our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, who have that capability now, who have put the work into learning it.
Yep.
But can I ask, what was the thinking behind that, suggesting that politicians, or I have a few other things on the ends as well, spend time learning this themselves?
I suppose one of the memories for me is seeing Kevin Rudd having a conversation in Chinese with his counterpart. So, and I just thought, wouldn't it be great if that's what some people could do, right? So, I mean, that's just one tiny part in the whole big puzzle of having enough positive role models, right, that people can aspire to. And I think you can replicate that across, in terms of in government departments, you have people who are able to do that. So when you get a visiting delegation, you've got somebody who can work the room, basically, right? And really, you know, one of the things that I find, especially when I move from Indonesian to Javanese, is that you just cut through so much in terms of social relationships. It's a relationship accelerator, right? So you can really, it can do many wonderful things, I think. So
I should recognise the Secretary of the Department of Defence, Greg Moriarty, is a fluent Bahasa Indonesia speaker. Also a former Governor General who I was at a state lunch and he gave a speech in Indonesian to the Sultan of Brunei, actually. So yes, it is a very powerful signalling event when you see leaders that have this capability. On that note, though, we are coming to time, so I want to thank you all for your attendance today and for your engagement with the subject matter of this inquiry. You'll all be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence. You'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by close of business Monday, 22 December 2025. The committee will now suspend for a lunch break and will resume hearings at 1 p.m. Thank you, witnesses. Thank you, colleagues.
All right, thank you.
welcome representatives from the Australian Federation of Modern Language Teachers Associations to give evidence this afternoon. For the benefit of Hansard, would the witnesses appearing today please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
So I'm Anne-Marie Morgan, and I'm appearing as a representative of the Australian Federation of Modern Language Teacher Associations.
And thank you. I'm Kylie Farmer, and I'm also a member of the executive team at AFMLTA. So thanks for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Anne-Marie and Kylie. This proceeding is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussion and questions and answers?
Yes, I'll do that for us. The AFMLTA is the umbrella association for teachers of languages across Australia at all levels of education. We have a long history of successful partnering with the Australian Government on languages projects. We have provided a submission that you're aware of, and we've had a briefing with Tim ahead of this session. We have recently completed a national plan and strategy for languages education as a commissioned project from the Australian Government, outlining an approach to addressing national improvement in languages education. This plan provides an approach that can be used for an Asian capability. The primary message that we want to put across is that such a capability begins with and is dependent on increased uptake and significantly better outcomes, and by that we mean higher levels of proficiency for Asian languages taught in schools and universities. And it's our view that the cultural, social and political capabilities can all be achieved either through or adjacent to the language focus. Despite multilingual home language use in Australia, we are at grave risk of being globally isolated, dangerously ignorant and deficient in producing high-quality Asia literate graduates. We have, as you're aware, what can be termed an existential crisis for Indonesian, especially at university level, and mixed results for other Asian languages, especially in universities, and so we need solutions at a national level to address this. Within the context of a national teacher shortage, we will need government financial and policy support for increasing Asian languages teachers and valuing languages teachers so they teach their languages and possibly other subjects through those Asian languages, and supporting school and university programs against other forces such as reduced offerings and availability. We've learnt lessons from, and they're there for all to see, from the European Union, including Ireland, so the EU has a first language +2 policy for every citizen, and also Scotland, which has a really excellent teacher education model for supporting languages. And these could be used for achieving better outcomes through regional or national policy and strategy. And we're aware that areas like defence and large businesses in Australia are having to educate their own due to insufficient or not sufficiently high level school and university graduates in languages. And we understand the hearts and minds of states and territories are different. The principals associations have views, schools have views, the general public have views, and sometimes these can be counterproductive to the goals of increasing languages with prioritisation elsewhere. Schools often argue around literacy and numeracy, for example. So we're suggesting we're going to need a national body to coordinate and achieve buy-in across all those groups. So we think it's a bite the bullet moment in Australia's history. We've come close before to really addressing Asian languages and strategies in education. but we've not been able to follow that through to the extent that we need, so that we have meaningful language learning and outcomes from that. So in our plan, where we propose home languages, +1 in primary, +1 in junior secondary, and then plus for the rest of life, defined program standards, a national institute and a federated body, they provide pathways that could be very useful to this capability. We do believe the Asia capability is achievable, and I suggest we might be able to do that in a 10-year plan with 2- and 5-year outcomes along the way, that include increased learning time, better teacher supply, and breadth and depth of languages. And we welcome the opportunity to work with the government in scoping and implementing solutions. So that's it.
Well, thank you, Professor Morgan. Kylie, did you want to add? Sorry.
Yeah, I just really want to emphasise the importance and the significance that this inquiry is already starting to have. I think the national conversation, the profiling of the importance of languages is actually really significant. So I really want to recognise and value that, because I think that's we're in that place already of starting to move towards being able to have this impact and ensure that students of all early years right through to senior years can have that really quality language learning experience, which is what is needed to support the achievement of these benefits that we're all committed to. And already through the submissions that we've been hearing through the inquiry already, seeing the number of organisations referring to the plan that the AFMLTA has worked on, that's really been very validating, I think, and to see that cohesive support is really what we're keen to harness, and through this we really look forward to taking that forward as we can together. So thank you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for that opening statement. One of the things that we've heard, I think, most strongly from all of the witnesses today is the importance of teachers in carrying and infusing their students with a passion for language studies, and really, building an intrinsic desire for students to continue language studies throughout their education. Your submission calls for all Asian languages programs to be taught by qualified and accredited teachers of languages, registered teachers undertaking additional language to become teachers of Asian languages may be granted permission to teach languages. Can I ask about how we can best go about creating pathways to accreditation and teacher registration for teachers of community languages, people in community language programs now, and how we can better utilise the existing wealth of knowledge and skills in our community language skills and connect them through to our formal schooling system?
Well, for a start, a lot of the community language teachers have teacher qualifications, so some of them are already there. If they have a bachelor degree, they can enrol in a master's, which is a quicker process. So, I work at a university. I'm used to these processes. We also have a way of granting credit for prior study and knowledge. So you can fast track qualifications, I guess, is the summary of what I'm saying there. Other ways are to put these people into schools with special authority to teach, permission to teach arrangements, where they might be working with a classroom teacher at the same time as gaining qualifications. And then there's, starting from the beginning as well. So I think there are multiple ways, and I think in our plan we do a suggestion of a number of different ways and pathways for getting teachers involved, because we certainly agree that there is a latent talent there that can be picked up and used if the conditions were right.
Yes, your submission outlines a number of pathways that we can bolster that teaching stock. Sort of an adjacent one is how can we upskill current teachers in order to teach languages, and what kinds of incentives can we use to encourage teachers to upskill in these desired language areas?
Yeah, so Kylie will have things to say on this too, but back in the NALSIS days, we had teachers in schools encouraged to enrol in an Asian language. And so while they were still being a teacher at school, they got some release time to do language study as well. There were mentors. So that happened, and that really increased the number. There's a Western Australian model where ordinary classroom teachers, generalist classroom teachers, have been teaching Indonesian. Kylie and I were on that, the group that wrote that curriculum with Education Services Australia and the department in Western Australia. So it was a really well-supported set of pedagogical materials so that classroom teachers could teach Indonesian with a mentor for a big group, and over the period of a couple of years begin to get qualifications themselves. Kylie might want to talk about what some of the Catholic schools do and some other models as well.
Yeah, so I think something that we really recognise, particularly in primary, is that generalist classroom teachers have amazing educational skills and capacity and teach all areas of the curriculum except probably languages. And so we recognise that with the right kind of resources, as Anne-Marie was talking about, the opportunity that we can give classroom teachers the skills and resources so that they can use the language every day with their children spontaneously. It's not half an hour once a week, which is really not going to have the impact that we want in terms of increasing our students' capacities. So really, I think that's something that we've found has been very successful in the primary years in a number of different, the Catholic education program in Victoria is called the Teachers as Co-Learners model. And so that's an example of that being very successful, and teachers realising that they can be on a learning journey with their students and be enjoying the experience of language learning and progressing that really to a high level at primary. I recognise at secondary school that isn't really going to be a possibility, but we do have a large number of language teachers who are actually no longer teaching language, even though they have the skills and qualifications. Often they don't have a time fraction to have a full-time load in the language, and sometimes they don't want to work across 3 schools and have that load. So something that we're really mindful of is the conditions that we can encourage teachers to come back to their language teaching opportunity. And the other thing is at senior secondary level, which is a real concern, when they have worked really hard to support students through year 7, 8, 9, it then becomes optional. And sometimes there are smaller classes in the year 11 and 12 level where schools find it very challenging to financially run, for example, a Chinese, a Japanese, an Italian and a German program with maybe only 8 students in each language. And so we really recognise that as a challenge. And that's often, despite students wanting to continue with their language, they often can't have that happen. So that's a real issue in terms of our retention, which is something that, you're obviously committed to working on. We really recognise that point. And then that is gone. Once schools don't have that year 11 cohort, students see, I'm not going to even do it at year 9 because I can't even go to year 12. Even though I want to, I'd love to. There are out-of-school opportunities. We know that students can access online or out-of-school hours, but that's not always possible for students. So I think there's a number of staffing challenges that we can overcome to help us keep that retention right through.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure whether you were listening to this morning's evidence or the witnesses this morning, but there's this sort of ongoing sort of 2 schools of thought in the submissions between an emphasis on universality and an emphasis on sort of going deeper and sort of preserving programs that we currently have. How do you think about the challenge of growing the stock of available teachers in that context of the argument that I know that you support in your submission of universal access, like access by right, against the constraints we have in the supply of accredited, experienced teachers, particularly in some of the more niche, the less studied languages like Indonesian. I'm trying to reconcile this myself, and that we know that the intrinsic value of high quality, passionate teaching is what drives kids to want to intrinsically continue those studies. I suppose what I'm asking is, the solutions you propose in your paper, are they able to get us to universality within a reasonable period of time?
So that's why the plan is as it is. So with the home languages, so we support those, whatever they are. And then there's one in primary, which is absolutely achievable in every primary school in Australia. We're not saying put two in primary, which is often what is done in the European countries where they have greater access to teachers. So we're saying one language. So we can, I'm certain, grow enough teachers to do that. And then the second +1 is years 7 to 10. And so if it's mandatory through to the end of year 10, we've built it and they will come is what I think will happen. We can develop enough teachers if we know there is going to be the demand. Because I don't know that it's a teacher problem. I think it's at the moment, there are other competing demands about, how many students want to do senior secondary. And in a state like South Australia where there's a limited number of subjects available in the final year of school, I think those are things that are impacting on that more than the teacher shortage. And I think there are teachers who are being put out of work actually, often in schools because they just decide they can't run a program with 8 students. So I'm pretty confident we can get the numbers up if the environment is supportive. And we're saying, yes, we need to do it through to year 10. And if we do it well through to the end of year 10, even if we have some dropout in 11 and 12, because students do need to be able to choose the subjects they need, they can pick that language up in university at a high enough level to achieve well at university and be able to move into economic domains, for example.
Mm-hmm. And another sort of consistent theme that we've had from submissions is the argument for a nationally consistent curriculum on languages learning. Investing in ACARA to develop a nationally consistent curriculum. I think the argument that particularly we hear from Indonesian language teachers is that there are economies of scale in producing baseline materials that they can then customise and bring in and out in the school context. And similarly, a consistency of learning so that we aren't restarting language learning from the scratch across primary, secondary, tertiary. What are your thoughts around the values of a nationally consistent, harmonised curriculum?
I don't know if this is controversial to say this, but I would say that languages teachers, given the right conditions, can do amazing things with the teaching that they can achieve that suits the learners in their context. So I think we have curriculum documents that are not all that dissimilar across the country. We do have the Australian curriculum and states tweak them to suit. And I think with the latest version 9, there's a lot more consistency across the states and territories in the way that this will be unveiled. And I think the challenge is to have quality language learning in terms of the time and frequency of learning that happens at primary so that the secondary schools can then build on that and really continue the learning pathway for the students, whether it's in the same language or a different language. Really, there's a lot of transferability across, but when students have had a positive, successful, with sufficient time in the primary years, that can then go forward into quality secondary learning that can really, get to that level that we're looking to. So I think it's not so much about curriculum, it's more about time and quality of programs in the primary years.
And I would add that you can only really have a generalised curriculum if you know every child, every student is going to be studying that language in that year. So I would actually argue against a generalised curriculum. There are fantastic resources already available that teachers, as Kylie suggested, adapt to the needs of the students at the level they're at. And that happens now, and increasing that bank of resources is always useful, but I wouldn't be arguing for a generalised approach that, you sort of reach this many words or phrases or whatever by this year and then move on to the next one. That doesn't work. What you need to respond to the needs of the students in the class you're in. Oh, can't hear you, sorry.
Apologies. I'll throw to Ms. Coffey after this question, but how different are the supply and demand challenges within each sort of priority language group? Because we're talking at general levels here, and you say that we can find enough language teachers at primary school. Is that across all languages, or is that across Asian languages? Is that across specific Asian languages? It's because just listening to the comments on curriculum, the individual language teachers are the ones that raise this most often, saying, we're an Indonesian teacher, I've just started, there was no curriculum. There was no classroom materials, there was no one I could talk to about classroom materials. I've had to build that up from scratch. I've heard that in my electorate from Indian language teachers as well, particularly Southern Indian languages. It's a newly emerging demand in Victoria, so, talking about Kannada and Telugu and languages like this.
Malayalam.
These are different discussions in different languages. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. So the ones that have had a lot of focus and have had Australia curriculum since 2014 are well resourced, really. So Chinese, Japanese, Indonesian and Korean really have pretty good resources. And across Australia in the networks of teachers, and there's a lot of sharing, there are lots of materials available. So those ones from Western Australia we were just talking about, they've become nationally available now. They've opened that up. So I think there's actually a wealth of material, but with the new technologies, you want to keep increasing those and making them more, relevant and so on. So there's always demand for creating highly accessible, useful materials. So in those four what have been target languages, there's plenty. There is a lot less in the Indian languages, in the very small languages of the rest of Asia. Yes, some projects around supporting resource development there would be really good. But again, I'd just be really careful about don't go in a generalist mode and say we're going to do these in the same way for every language, because every language is different. And we know whether it has an alphabet and, the complexity of the grammar and, so on, affects the rate at which you can learn it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Coffey?
Thank you so much for your submission and the insights you've shared today. My question is about something we've heard a little bit in the testimony from others. It's around language teachers being asked to teach languages that they aren't necessarily competent in or feeling confident in or trained in. In particular, an example might be a French teacher asked to teach junior secondary Japanese in a school context. Is that a practice or something that you have witnessed, something that you've heard of? How frequently does that happen? And in your sense, how do language teachers feel about that?
I think it's pretty rare to genuinely be asked to teach another language. Sometimes, the French or the Italian teacher might do some Spanish, or where there are related languages. Some of that happens, and sometimes they have a capability a little bit. But I think what is much more common is that they be asked to teach something else entirely. So teaching out of field in another area, teaching maths or something. But I also really want you to understand the what we call CLIL, or Content Language Integrated Learning, which is worldwide used, and it's a way of teaching other subjects through a language. And the training teachers to do that so that they've got a knowledge of, mathematics as well as a knowledge of the language is incredibly valuable. There's huge literature on this. Australia's actually pretty good at this and has done a lot of the lead work in this area. So there are ways to be working across different parts of the curriculum. I don't know why they would have been asked, if, say, they're the Spanish teacher to teach Japanese, because that's not going to happen. That's not going to work. So they shouldn't be asked to do that.
Perhaps just picking up on an example of what you were just referring to there, Anne-Marie, about CLIL, what we find is both the teachers and the students are really cognitively engaged and enjoy this approach to language learning, and it does help us to increase the time that students have for language learning. So, for example, a school in Victoria here does an amazing Japanese program where they teach humanities through Japanese. So the students are really interested in learning the content of the humanities. It takes them beyond being able to introduce themselves in Japanese and actually be learning in Japanese. And so they're learning, the double benefit of cognitive engagement, language engagement, and also increasing the time and addressing the humanities curriculum well. So it does take training. It does take energy on the behalf of the teacher, but the teachers also say how rewarding they find that. So it's certainly a very strategic way to help address many of the things that we're talking about here today.
Thank you so much. And I just had one follow-up question, which is slightly related to what you've just raised there with the quills. It's regarding immersion programs. In the area where I live in Brisbane, we have a couple of schools that have French immersion programs. I'm just wondering about the popularity and frequency of Asian language immersion programs for schools to take on, and if you have any understanding of how many of them exist and if they're a growing trend or the numbers might have stayed more stable.
You go first and then I'll follow.
My background is as a teacher of Japanese in a primary bilingual program in Victoria here. So really can personally attest to the amazing impact that these can have for students and school communities more broadly. Incredible. But we do know that the level of resourcing that's involved in staffing and supporting these programs, we're very lucky in Victoria to have a Victorian government funding for bilingual schools, and there's some for many languages, French, Italian, German, Japanese, Vietnamese and Chinese and French. And so they're in primary. So there are some in other states as well, a small number in New South Wales, and also some in WA and Queensland, as you said. There isn't as many at secondary level, but that's where we see CLIL happening. And for example, a number of the primary programs do have secondary schools that they feed to, and the secondary schools go, we've got to support these students' language skills. They're way beyond what we can have in our beginner year 7 class, and that's where they implement the CLIL approach. They might teach science through Japanese, or they may teach humanities through Italian. There are many of these programs happening at secondary, and the CLIL programs are perhaps less resource intensive compared with a bilingual program, but they have similar, not to the same extent, because they're not usually the 50-50 in terms of the time that students have taught through the language, but they do go some way towards increasing proficiency in the languages. And it's actually more about both the time and the engagement in language learning that really fast track. So it's something that we should really be considering more at secondary to help achieve the goals of this initiative, I would say. Yeah.
And the other space is early childhood, of course. So in the preschool years in particular, I would say that they are growing in that space with, if they're at school for at 15 hours a week, that at least half of that with another teacher of the other language is really, really valuable. And I think that's easier to resource. It's not as many hours in a week. And yeah, I really want to reinforce that if we could have more bilingual schools, it is the gold standard, really. It is the best way to achieve that level of proficiency. So the schools where it happens, it's done very effectively.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cobby. Before I throw to Mr. Soon has some questions, when we had the Education Department appearing before us, they suggested that on their data around, actually on the data from the Australian Teacher Workforce Survey dataset in 2023, was that about 1 in 3 secondary school teachers who are teaching languages were teaching out of field. And by out of field, that was that they had no training in that language
right
before becoming a teacher. Does that sort of ring true with the research that you've been engaged in, or?
Yeah, I am aware that in schools that they say, well, we need to have somebody to teach French, and who's going to do it? You can do it. So I know that happens, and that really shouldn't, because it's much more specialised than perhaps learning the history curriculum the night before. Where you actually have the language to do that. But remembering those models that we just talked about, where somebody who's not an Indonesian teacher in Western Australia has been able to teach Indonesian through well-prepared materials and supports. The Catholic education model in Victoria, where their teacher as learner, are they the words, Kylie? For that. Yeah, so there are models where that can happen. It's obviously not ideal to be saying at our school we're going to do French, who's going to do it, so getting a better workforce would, reduce that potential.
I suppose just to follow up on that, it may be that the teachers are actually native speakers or have a high level of proficiency themselves, happen to be teaching science as their methodology, but have the language skills, and in which case that's okay. And maybe they become language teachers and realise that they actually quite enjoy that, and then perhaps would benefit from some methodology training, or through the work of the language teacher associations in each state and territory. There are initiatives that, for example, mentoring programs and support for teachers who are returning to the language teacher field to upskill and, update pedagogies and share practice. So I guess there's ways of harnessing the plurilingual skills that we do have in our schools. So not necessarily just that they don't have any language skills, but maybe they do, and we can really harness those well and use their teaching qualifications and their language skills in effective ways.
Because we know the census just doesn't capture the extent of plurilingualism. Because there is only one question, and it's only about one other language, and it's if you use it at home, not if you have the capability, but if you use it, So when we've done our own, not really official surveys, but our own ad hoc surveys, there is so much language skill available if we could find all these different ways to harness that.
I just suppose from that, and a lack of data is an ongoing obstacle to policy development in this space. But we do have some data about the kind of diversity of the teaching cohort in terms of their, their heritage. And so we know that Asian Australians are underrepresented in teaching cohorts. So we don't have the data. I think it's unlikely we have swaths of untapped Asian language capabilities amongst the teaching cohorts of our schools, given what we know about the nature of those cohorts.
Yes.
It might be true for French and Spanish and those kind of things. I find it hard to believe it's true for Asian.
Yeah, because we don't have the same kind of, Indonesian community, for example, in teaching. Yeah.
Mr. Soon.
Thank you for the comprehensive submission that you sent through and answering our questions thus far. I guess my question is perhaps looking a little into the future, but not quite, because I think it's intrinsically related, is around language maintenance between kind of formal bits of education. Do you have any particular thoughts about how we can kind of build that? Because I'm just wary that we could expend all this effort in teaching and educating, but then with myself and many that I know with multiple languages, maintenance is a real challenge. And so I'd be grateful for any of your thoughts and experiences about that you could share.
Yeah, well, let me jump in first, and then I'm sure Kylie will have things to say as well. But I'm a little foggy today because I last night arrived back from an in-country tour, study tour with students at 2 universities in South Australia, supported by the South Australian government, to increase their language skills and maintenance. And so we run those for both students at universities and teachers in schools. And many of the teachers, and this particular round is in Italian, many of the teachers in schools have never been to Italy, so in-country experience is absolutely incredibly valuable. And if we can be supporting that, then that's the best kind of maintenance you can do, to have some kind of regular opportunity to go to a country where that language is spoken around you all the time and immerse in it, and have reciprocal arrangements with other universities and training facilities and so on. So that's one way. Kylie, did you want to?
Yeah, I guess, yes, we've really, we know in the past there were programs called Endeavour, which supported through government funding to travel to in-country language immersion experience for that exact reason. I guess one other strategy that can be quite effective is having language assistants come into schools. And what language teachers love and what students love is the real young people who actually really speak the language coming in and really sharing their language, but also current trends and, the latest cultural things, pop stars, all of that culture that comes with these young people. And I really think the impact that these assistants have, both for the teacher in terms of, I'm not quite sure of this grammar pattern here. I've kind of lost that one. Can you check my resources? Can you help with the oral conversations in the senior years? So anything like that, it really builds a real person-to-person connection between the teacher and the assistant, but also between the students. And the students really love that connection where they can really use their language, to use it with the teacher. It's not real.
And can I call out also for the professional associations, so the all languages associations, like the Language Teachers of Victoria and the Language Teachers of New South Wales, etc., but also the language specific associations that run ongoing professional learning and opportunities to engage with each other and the broader community and so on. So that's another mechanism for language maintenance. But still, the best thing is to be able to send them to a country where it's spoken all the time. And that's the difference with Europe and us. For example, it's easier to have a home or first language +2 when you're 30 minutes away or 2 hours on a train, from a place where that's spoken. So that is a greater challenge for us. But I think those ways we've just suggested would be good maintenance pathways.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask one question, which is kind of a bit of a hot topic du jour? It's the role of generative AI.
Yeah.
I'm interested, particularly your submission goes to makes the point that you made in your opening statement that Asian capability, understanding our region, language is fundamental to that. It's not something that's able to be elided. And you talk about, quote, digital technologies provide excellent supplementary support for increased Asian capability, but do not replace quality teaching and programming. Leveraging generative AI in positive ways will be important as the rollout of increased participation and better outcomes is pursued. Can I just ask, from your expert perspective, what is the sort of cutting edge on the use of generative AI in the teaching of language? What's the sort of pedagogical research there, and Who's doing it best overseas, and what should we look for in the future for that in Australia?
Yeah, well, we can send you an article that's in our latest journal of Babel, where we had Angel Lin from Hong Kong came and spoke on why Gen AI can't replace language teachers yet. So, and she develops that argument. So we'll send you that paper. It is increasing all the time, and really the argument about saying it doesn't replace a teacher is around use of things like apps, in the Ella program, which is really successful in those early years, but it isn't the same as having a teacher of languages. The growth in the AI area is just phenomenal, and we will be able to use that more and more and more in classrooms. And actually, language teachers have been the most open to use of AI of any of the subject areas, because we've had Google Translate and those tools around for a long time. We're used to that environment of harnessing technologies. So it's absolutely.
Like how do teachers harness that? Like, what are some practical examples of?
Do you want me to share? We had a conference on Friday in Victoria here, where we had 200 language teachers, and a number of the presentations were about how we use it. And we also had a keynote from Dumping One from University of Auckland talking about what is AI revealing to us. So some of the ways that senior languages teachers are using that is like a oral conversation chat partner, where the students will have their senior oral language topic that they will just talk to their chatbot partner about, and it gives them a transcript, it gives them feedback on the, knowing that they're preparing for the VCE exam, for example, what's the kind of language expectations. It gives them feedback, which the teacher then sits down with them and works alongside the student to support them with, okay, this is what AI is telling us. And you've had that opportunity, because we know that language learning is quite a confronting thing, to stand up in front of a class, for example, and use a language there, the anxiety and all of those challenges. Whereas when students are speaking to a screen, they actually don't want to disappoint the screen, and they keep talking to it. It's actually, we use it, those students engage well with the screen. It's a safe, not a real scary person. It's a safe environment. So this is where teachers are harnessing it. And coming back to your point earlier around resources for the smaller candidate languages, so for teachers of those languages, they are really finding that they can create a resource for students, and then they can ask the AI to make a more complex one, make a simplified one, provide me with the answers to these quiz questions. So many things to, time-saving efficiencies in terms of teacher resource development, but also using it with students, with the teacher, strategically identifying how it can be effectively used. But I think these are just starting to be where teachers are bravely exploring and just thinking beyond what's possible. And we're doing some work now here to watch this, what's this space, help teachers collaborate, do some research alongside this as well, so that we can be really learning together, but also, identifying the challenges and opportunities that it's possible we can benefit from. So it's an amazing, crazy, incredible space that languages teachers are harnessing.
Yet another complexity to already very complex challenge. Well, look, we're at time now for our evidence this hearing. I thank you for your attendance today, and for the very obvious amount of work that went into your submission today, and for previous reports provided to government. I certainly enjoyed reading them myself. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by the close of business on Monday, 22 December 2025. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
I believe our witnesses are second. Okay, we are just finally chasing up some of the witnesses for this session, but we have a number of others present, so I think we'll commence and we'll add in other witnesses as we go. I now welcome representatives from Pondok Bahasa, the Australian Consortium of In-Country Indonesian Studies, and soon the Balai Bahasa Indonesia Perth and the Australian Indonesian Language Teachers Association to give evidence today. For the benefit of the Hansard, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? We might start with Pondok Bahasa. I think you're on mute there, mate.
Hi, Tim. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. My name is Andrew Lucas Catton, and I'm the founder of Pondok Bahasa.
And Chichis?
Thanks, Tim, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Liam Prince, and I'm the director of Achichis.
Do we have Balai Bahasa Indonesia Perth or Australian Indonesian Language Teachers Association?
No, sorry, Tim. I'm also with Pondok Bahasa, so I work with Andrew. My name's Aaron Michael Rizal McMahon.
Thank you. All right, I think we might commence. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Can I ask the witnesses whether they would like to make an opening statement before we proceed to discussions?
Yes, please.
Sure, I'd like to make one, thanks.
Maybe we'll lead off with the chiefs, just given they're in the room physically, and then we'll come to Pondok, and then if we have other witnesses then.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. As I said, my name is Liam Prince, and I head up Achichis based at the University of Western Australia in Perth. We're a 30-year-old consortium of Australian universities that sends Australian students to Indonesia for in-country study. Since 2014, we've been both a beneficiary of and a key part of delivering the Australian government's New Colombo Plan. Achichis was established in the mid-1990s with $200,000 of seed funding from the Australian Department of Education, and we were the product and outgrowth of 4 decades of Indonesian-focused scholarship at Australian universities that preceded that. Achichis was the innovation of Australia's second generation of Indonesia-focused area specialists, with the first and founding generation of Indonesian studies scholars in Australia having largely been imported from the UK, from the Netherlands, or trained abroad at Cornell in the 1950s. We have played a significant role in training Australia's third generation of Indonesia specialists. These are specialists who are now mid-career and populating our consular missions in the region and the Indonesia-focused sections of various Commonwealth departments and agencies, including DFAT, ONI, CSIRO, Defence, ASD and other intelligence agencies. In 2024, Australia's High Commissioner to Brunei, our Consul General in Makassar, our Deputy Consul General in Surabaya were all Achichis graduates. I'd like to, in this forum, just say that Achichis is an Australian Asia capability success story. We're an example of modest, patient, incremental progress towards an Australia more familiar with its neighbours and more at home in our own region. The cumulative work of the consortium over the past 3 decades means that it's entirely more probable today than 30 years ago that a future Australian ambassador to Indonesia, departmental secretary of DFAT, future Director General of ONI, or perhaps even a future Australian Foreign Minister will have in their educational background lived experience of studying in Indonesia alongside Indonesian peers. Achichis graduates also now teach and research at many of the Indonesian Studies programs at the 13 Australian universities where such programs still exist. On current trends, however, I probably don't need to underline this, but it is far from certain that Australia's universities will succeed in cultivating a fourth such generation of deep Indonesia expertise. And in particular, the Australian government's withdrawal of funding and leadership from language policies in schools since 2012 and properly since 2002 has, as other witnesses in that have appeared before this committee have already said, has seen the number of students studying Indonesian language nationally at Year 12 level halve since 2010, and at the tertiary level declined by 3/4 since 2004. This decline has significantly weakened the structural foundation that Achichis was built to complement. So I spend much of my time as director of Achichis writing letters to Vice-Chancellors, attempting to forestall further program closures. We've had some limited success in fighting rearguard actions, but left to market forces and the current Commonwealth higher education funding settings, things will get worse. I want to thank the committee for the time and attention that they're giving to this inquiry and for giving Achichis the opportunity to appear today. Thank you.
Thank you, and I should also acknowledge that I have a number of Achichis alumni on my personal staff, so thank you for the work you've made in investing in their capabilities. I understand that we now have Balai Bahasa Indonesia Perth and the West Australian Indonesian Language Teachers Association joining us. Do you want to just introduce yourself and the capacity you're appearing for the HENSA?
Yes, thank you very much, Tim. I'm Sue Cooper. I'm the chair of Balai Bahasa Indonesia Perth. I am a retired Indonesian teacher. And Balai Bahasa is a volunteer incorporated association just passionate about Indonesian. So we offer Indonesian language classes to adults, and we try to bring Indonesians and Australians together wherever possible and give Australian people deeper insights into Indonesian language and culture. So that's my voluntary role, and I bring to this committee today knowledge that's from my background as an Indonesian teacher as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tim. My name's Brendan Cook. I'm the president of the West Australian Indonesian Language Teachers Association. Basically, my job for the association is to provide professional development opportunities and support Indonesian teachers throughout Western Australia, along with our committee. I'm also the head of department for languages at John Septimus Roe Anglican Community School in Perth, Western Australia, which is a private school just on the outskirts of Perth City. And I teach students in Year 7 to 12 Indonesian language, and I've taught for about 10 years.
Thank you. I might now pass to Mr. Catton and Pondok Bahasa for an opening statement, and let Balai Bahasa and West Australia collect yourself and prepare for an opening statement after we hear from Pondok Bahasa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. I appreciate everything that Liam has said today, and I'm myself actually a product of Achichis. It's just such a wonderful organisation. I'd just like to thank them and the people that have gone past and before for all the effort that has gone into that organisation. So thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Pondok Bahasa is a teacher-led initiative, and it emerged out of a very practical problem that we saw across schools. Teachers were working extremely hard to deliver Indonesian well, but the materials available to them weren't keeping pace with the students or with contemporary Indonesia as it's seen today. Across our classrooms and in conversations with colleagues, we saw the same pattern. Teachers were piecing together content to make lessons engaging, often late at night or across weekends, while also trying to introduce students to a country and culture that had dramatically changed since many of the resources were created. Much of the responsibility for making Indonesian feel relevant and alive fell on individual teachers under significant time pressures and workload pressures. We created Pondok Bahasa to respond to that gap in a practical and realistic way. Our aim was not to replace teachers or to reinvent the profession, but to strengthen the conditions they teach in by producing cinematic, curriculum-aligned lessons filmed in Indonesia. We hope to give teachers contemporary, accurate and engaging tools that reflect the Indonesia that students should know, and to help students experience Indonesia as something lived rather than abstract and static. That is the role we see for Pondok Bahasa, a small but meaningful contribution to improving everyday Indonesian environment that shapes students' early impressions and long-term engagement with Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. I should say that I've seen your video content, and I'm not an expert in pedagogy, but I think it's outstandingly engaging. And particularly love the way it puts young people at the heart of the content, which is certainly the thing that I take away the most from my engagements with Indonesia, the really dynamic role of young people in that culture and that nation. So thank you for producing that. Can I give the floor to Balai Bahasa Indonesia and Wilta for an opening statement?
So we have a short statement. Really, we've already put our submission in, so this is really sort of on top of that. And I tried to condense what we'd like to say in a very short space of time. But basically, we have several points, and the first one is that Asian capability at school and beyond. From our experience, we're convinced that Asian languages learnt at school are fundamental to the development of deep Asia capability later on. Students who study an Asian language through school, even if deeper learning on Asian societies is not always available at school, and this is certainly the case, they are almost certainly the ones who will take up Asian languages and studies at university. Hence, university Asian languages and studies programs can't survive if insufficient students are graduating with an Asian language at Year 12. Our second point is about the weak points of school languages education in general, and one is that schools obviously don't produce enough Year 12 language graduates, and another one is that in practice there's very little serious support for students to attain proficiency in a language. These two weak points have root causes such as insufficient teaching hours that do not fulfil the curriculum recommendations, and a period of compulsory language learning that actually ends exactly at an age when students are least likely to understand the importance of language learning and most likely to be influenced by other priorities. As a result, an enormous drop in numbers occurs at the end of Year 8 or 13 to 14 years of age. Added to that, a vacuum of natural demand, value and knowledge about languages in the Australian community, including among school managers, parents and students, simply allows this to occur. Our third point is about Indonesian language, which has suffered the greatest and fastest decline in student numbers of all languages. Indonesian is in a weaker position than most other languages in terms of a dire shortage of qualified teachers, the closure of school programs, and a lack of public awareness of Indonesia and its importance to Australia as our nearest and very large Asian neighbour. Despite being one of the most accessible Asian languages for English-speaking learners in that it uses the same Roman alphabet as English and is phonetic, Indonesian is often a less attractive choice of language to students. However, we have witnessed students quickly become passionate about Indonesia when they've been in country, whether through school or university. We are convinced that the potential exists to bring about deep interest in Indonesia and hence demand for Indonesian language learning from school level and on, but we're also aware that we are failing to do this. It's very unfortunate because, in our view, monolingual English-speaking Australians are at a particular disadvantage in our region and in many aspects of their own skill sets and mindsets. For our 75% English-speaking population, learning a regional language would open up potential for a rewarding personal future through the ability to understand and interact with our region. We are actually doing our English-speaking population a disservice by failing to provide sufficient opportunities for them to develop such capability, whether at school or tertiary level or indeed beyond. Further, if we focus on upskilling Australians, the national advantage to Australia as a country will naturally follow. We believe that the way forward is through judiciously targeted funding incentives that not only make a value statement about Indonesian, but also provide tangible encouragement to schools and individuals to overcome the weak points of Asian languages and studies education. And a potential model for this has been provided in our submission to the inquiry. So I say thank you on behalf of myself and Brendan. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, you're on mute.
All right, we're all getting caught out for that.
Gotcha.
I've got some specific questions on curriculum for Pondok Bahasa, but I might just stick with the broader systems questions just from the outset, following on from your comments there. If you've been listening to the hearings to date, you'll know that I've sort of started with a similar question to people working on the front lines. And I just want to lift out from the Balai Bahasa Indonesia WILTA submission a quote that Indonesian is on a trajectory to extinction within the next decade if urgent remediation is not made or not successful. Can I ask all of the witnesses in this hearing, based on your exploit vantage points on current trajectories, where do you expect Indonesian language studies at Australian schools to look like in 10 years' time? And are we facing an existential crisis?
Yeah, I mean, I can comment on that. Coming from a private school where we have quite a supportive management group of Indonesian language and also Chinese Mandarin, with that support from the school, we do have a steady stream of students continuing up to Year 12. But to give some context, to choose a language is not compulsory past end of Year 8. So we have about 100 students studying each language up to the end of Year 8, and only around about 10 to 15 students continue that after. From Year 9 to 10, then 10 to 11, 11 to 12, the students then have to select that year after year, and they generally drop off. So leaving usually around about 5 students in Year 12 at the end. We are a private school with quite a supportive, like I said, supportive management, but there are a lot of schools that don't have that. And I do see in the next decade that with all of the schools closing their language programs and lack of teachers and whatnot, that eventually we're not going to have enough students coming through that system, and we don't have enough now going to university level. I know, to give you a bit of an example, in WA this year we had 29 students studying Year 12 Indonesian, and that's probably the lowest number we've ever had in the state.
Thank you.
Great, maybe I'll chime in there as well. Thanks very much for the question. Looking specifically at Queensland, the state that I'm currently reside, after having taught in Victoria, which is the heartland of Indonesian teaching in Australia, I could say that within 10 years that it is very likely that it could be extinct in terms of high schools, specifically in my region as well. At the moment, within my region of South Sunshine Coast, there's only one high school that is teaching Bahasa Indonesia, and roughly another 2 that are in a primary schools, and that's one private and one public as well. Recently, there's been 2 closures of schools, both primary and its feeder school for a high school in Nambour. And if you get in contact, I'm sure that you might have read Annie Polman's submission, which outlines the situation that's happening in Queensland at the moment. From what I can see, and adding on to what I believe it is Brendan, was it, had suggested, there is a fragile pipeline of teachers that come generally from the primary school and high school setting where they've learned Bahasa Indonesian previously, and then move on into universities, and then some of these teachers and people end up becoming teachers, learning the language and continue on to become Indonesian teachers as well. Now, in Queensland, for example, there's only one university that is teaching Indonesian in the state, and for us to be able to maintain that pipeline when all of these closures is happening is getting increasingly difficult. That's the end of my comment. Thanks.
Chair, if I could jump in. I mean, the difficulty around this conversation is that you don't want to wish these programs into an early, an end, and we're hoping that we can, maybe through this inquiry, pull something out of the fire and stop that from happening. But so at the peak of the last federal intervention, the NAUSIS era in the 90s, we had 106, at the peak of it, in the early 2000s, I should say, we had 116 Victorian schools offering Indonesian at Year 12 level, and as of last year, that's down to 44. We had 35 schools at the peak of NAUSIS in Queensland teaching Indonesian at Year 12 level. The number of schools has fallen now below the QCAA reportable threshold, so we don't actually know how many schools are doing that in Queensland, but anecdotally it's maybe 2 or 3. And in Western Australia, at the peak of NAUSIS, we had 30 West Australian secondary schools teaching Indonesian at Year 12 level, and that's down to, pick your year, but about 9 to 10 who can furnish Year 12 students. So that's the level of decline. I would say it will, without wishing these programs into an early end, it will, without intervention, wink out in, well, it's functionally gone in Queensland, it's on its way in South Australia, definitely on its way in Western Australia. It'll retain its foothold in Victoria the longest, but even in Victoria, it's under pressure.
Yes, I totally.
Well, thank you.
Sorry, go ahead. It's fine. I was just going to say I agree totally with Liam, and I think that it is on its way to extinction. It will take longer in Victoria. They are the strongest state in terms of teaching Indonesian. But the other states, it's very predictable now. We're already seeing shortages of teachers and schools closing programs because they can't get teachers. So it's a huge vicious circle of attrition that's happening currently in Indonesian.
And as a former teacher in Victoria, I can attest that teachers in Victoria, although we are, as people have mentioned, the best off, we're under no illusions. The teachers here know what has happened in Queensland, in New South Wales, and as I think Lee mentioned, even in South Australia, Western Australia, we're not immune to that, and by the statistics, it's happening here as well.
I'm certainly acutely aware of the sensitivities around, discussing this, and that you don't want to accelerate an existing trend by putting a spotlight on it. But at the same time, I think part of the reason for this inquiry is I don't think the trends that we're discussing here in this hearing are well known in Commonwealth Parliament House or throughout the country. So thank you for sharing those. Liam, your submission argues for a national agreement on Asia capability, bringing together state and federal governments to plan and coordinate the delivery of pipelines or pathways for Asian languages education between education levels to ensure continuity. What are the consequences of a lack of a coordinated pathways or pipelines in Asian language studies today? How much of the funding currently invested in primary, secondary or even tertiary studies is currently wasted because of this lack of coordination? And how many students are we losing along that pathway or pipeline for an absence of a visible future pathway?
Wow, that is a good question. I mean, I think the absence of, I'm not the only one in making that point in the submissions. It's across the board, there's the felt absence of a national strategy around this. I mean, and this policy area is not alone. I mean, one of the root causes of the complexity and the difficulty in solving this issue is federalism. It's having the responsibility for education split between the states for secondary school education, primary education, and then tertiary at a national level makes response to what I've heard you call, Tim, as a complex system problem, really difficult to synthesise and come up with, because it's very hard to pull all the stakeholders together on a consistent basis to harmonise interventions and activities. So I guess our submission called for some sort of national roadmap and or body, but we're not alone in calling for that. And I think it also recognises that there are different principles that have stake in this solving this issue, be it DFAT, be it education, be it home affairs. There are a lot of people have a stake in doing better on this policy front, and having some sort of mechanism of pulling those people together on a regular basis, holding that sort of body accountable for both reporting and also making progress, I think would push this agenda forward. So I don't have a better formulated response to that. I should have, but I'll give others some space to talk.
Can I also add a little comment to that in terms of having a national agreement? I've read a few of the submissions and a number of them, as Liam says, have put that forward as an idea, having a national council or a national body of some sort that oversees the rollout of Asian languages and studies in schools would certainly strengthen the position, because it's something that it doesn't seem to be the role of the states to me to do that. And the states can be very different in their approaches to education and to curriculum. So I think having a national body of some kind, a policy-based body, would produce a value statement. It would say Asian languages and studies are important in this country. And then the states would be allowed to take responsibility for the way that the curriculum is rolled out into schools, and for other things to do with the operational aspects of that. But I think we need that message from the top first, and we need, if we're going to have any funding arrangements, we actually need a national body to oversee that as well, so that it is fairly distributed, so that regions of Australia get equal coverage. And Australia is a huge and vast and varied country. The metropolitan areas are one thing, but we've got regional centres where Indonesian is also taught, and we've got isolated schools teaching Indonesian, and they're all worthy of support and ensuring that their programs can continue. So I would support the idea of a national body of some kind. Thank you.
So Liam, the Achich's submission argues for a demand-driven carve-out to the institutional Commonwealth Grant Scheme funding caps for Australian universities, teaching Asian languages and Asian studies to Australian students. How would this change the incentives of universities to support Asian language courses, Asian studies courses?
Thanks, Chair. So I guess that's our best answer to the how would you immediately... It's thinking about what levers does the federal government actually have in its hands to turn things around quickly. So this takes a little bit of explanation, but other witnesses before this inquiry have already mentioned the CSP caps that universities are under. Basically, this was the end of demand-driven enrolments in 2017, which put fairly hard caps around domestic enrolments on universities, which mean once you hit an institution hits a certain enrolment, domestic level of domestic enrolments, they're only receiving. They no longer get the Commonwealth contribution for every student above that they enrol. They're only getting a student contribution. And what this means is it's turned the domestic education of our domestic students in universities, it's created this sort of Hunger Games of course rationalisation that's happened since 2017, which pits disciplines against each other within the university, competing for that cap of CGS, that capped CGS funding. So what we're arguing for is a carve-out from that cap, at least for a period of time, for at a minimum Asian languages, but it could be expanded depending on budget constraints to Asian studies as well, which would mean that in a system where demand for these courses, domestic demand, is organically capped by the number of students that are interested in doing it, it seems to me not particularly risky for the federal government to say, however many students you can find to do Asian languages at the tertiary level, at least for a period of time, we, the Commonwealth, will pay you universities for every student you manage to attract to those programs. It seems a relatively low-risk intervention to do that, and it could be done from next year, or whenever the federal government decided to pull that lever. So even, a back of the napkin, if we're dealing with 7,000, 8,000 EFSL of student load, that's the unit of measure of domestic enrolment at Australian universities, if the Commonwealth was to pay full freight for those students from next year, it would cost the Commonwealth about $40 million that they're not spending at the moment, which I think within the context of being measured up against, say, an investment like the New Colombo Plan is a kind of modest investment. So anyway, that's that idea around a demand-driven carve-out. And I should say we came to that because we already have demand-driven carve-outs to try and encourage Australian universities to do difficult things. We have a demand-driven carve-out for enrolling Indigenous students at the moment. Minister Clare announced that 18 months ago. We also have a demand-driven carve-out for enrolment of low SES students. So it's effectively saying the universities, if you find students that meet that profile, we will pay full freight, the Commonwealth contribution for those students. So we already know that mechanism as well, and it's there to be accessed if the federal government wanted to move on it.
We've also, in this inquiry, been talking about Asian language capability, Asian studies capabilities in the frame of a national sovereign capability for Australia to help us make our own way in the region. And the Achisha's submission highlights another model that addresses other critical skills shortages in these sovereign capabilities in the form of the expanded CSPs, both in the mental health sector, but also for the Sovereign Workforce Capacity Program for the Australian Nuclear Powered Submarine Program. Can you step the committee through how the Nuclear Powered Submarine Student Pathways CSPs program works and how a similar program for Asian language studies might compare?
Thanks, Chair. So again, I came at those examples, we found those examples in looking for a way that the federal government could intervene quickly and happened upon those two interventions that the federal government had pulled for other reasons. On the one hand, because of the shortage of clinical psychologists to feed the growing appetite for that created by the NDIS, and in the other case, providing nuclear engineers to supply the ambitions around AUKUS. So there are two cases where you effectively have other departments within the federal government trying to run their own departmental end run around those CSP caps that have been put on for other reasons. So in one respect, I'm not advocating this is the best case. This is not particularly the best case public policy that you'd want to do, but it is what other Australian government departments are doing in order to get around those and making the case for a national priority, I guess, based on a national priority. So they don't work, those two particular schemes don't work exactly in the same way, but effectively it is about, in one case, the Department of Defence saying, here is some funding out of the defence budget from their PBS. We're going to move that across over to the education or to offer it to the universities and say, if you can find students or if you can design courses that deliver these graduates, we, Department of Defence, via the Department of Education, will pay you for those students and for those courses. And similarly, for producing more clinical psychologists, that's the Department of Health saying we will fund the creation of these Commonwealth-supported places to expedite the graduation of new clinical psychologists, to encourage the universities to do something that on the face of it is not economical for the universities to do under current funding settings. Yeah.
And we've been talking in previous hearings about the potential for using these sort of national mission compacts under the Australian Tertiary Education Commission as a potential mechanism for managing this coordination challenge between the federal government and the universities and potentially between the universities themselves. Do you have any observations of listening to the previous hearings or those proposals?
So forgive me if I misunderstand the question. Where my mind went to was, Tim, what you were talking about, trying to square the balance between, or the seeming contradiction between, or decision. Do we go sort of hub and spoke and specific?
No. I'm just saying, as a lever available to the federal government or to policymakers to coordinate activity in this space.
Yeah.
It's been suggested that potentially this compact capability be used under the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, whether that's individual compacts with universities about what they will deliver on Asian languages, Asian studies, or whether it's a cross-university compact sort of that connects up pathways, it may well be able to be used to deliver like a hub and spoke model type thing, or it may be just connecting pathways for NCP students across universities and, you know, keeping Asian studies capabilities in place to support Asian languages, you know, the whole range of things that we need to coordinate. It's like whether those compacts are a lever available for policymakers to use to deliver that.
So our suggestion in our submission is to use the existing funding agreements that every Australian university has with the Commonwealth already, and to simply add a provision in there, as we do have for Indigenous students and low SES, a carve-out for Asian language enrolments that will reward those universities that are successful in boosting domestic enrolments in Asian languages. And I think that's the strongest. Again, forgive me if I'm misunderstanding what a compact would be, but I think universities, it's been said in this forum already, universities already have a kind of limited bandwidth for how many value-driven propositions, value-driven things they can do without a strong business case, or at least a revenue case for it. And so I think that's the instrument that would be most quickly utilised.
Great, thank you. Can I go to the proposal on the Balai Bahasa Indonesia, Perth and West Australian Indonesian Language Teachers Association submission for the creation of Asia Leader Schools as exemplars for Asian studies, Asian language studies, and that would lead a network of model schools. In many respects, this proposal mirrors proposals in other submissions for lighthouse schools or lighthouse school networks. Do you have an idea in making this proposal of how many schools you judge would be capable of meeting the proposed eligibility criteria to become an Asian Leader School in the short term, and how might that grow over the long term?
Well, that's actually quite a difficult question for us coming from Western Australia. Certainly we have a good idea in Western Australia of the schools that are in that category, and I've certainly had some schools in mind when we wrote that submission of schools that do fulfil all those criteria. But I'm not as sure about other states. I'm pretty sure that in Victoria you would find quite a number of schools, but yes, you're right if you're implying that perhaps some schools in other areas or other states would not be able to fulfil those criteria as yet. So I think it would have to be a little bit flexible. I think you would have to make the criteria flexible in terms of picking the school with the best fit to those criteria, even if they didn't fulfil them all. And I'm certainly thinking of places like Queensland, Tasmania, certainly New South Wales, where the programs have become quite weak, and some of the schools would certainly not fulfil the criteria. So that's my best estimate, but I honestly couldn't tell you a number. So that would be quite hard. I don't know if Brendan's got any ideas about that.
I'd just like a ballpark of what's possible and what would you be aiming for with that proposal to sort of get a critical mass of best practice that could potentially project out to other schools?
Yes. Well, I think you could certainly get a critical mass going in some states, and perhaps there would need to be a mechanism by which those schools could also support schools in other states. So if you had communication across states in determining which schools had a model program, which schools could prove, in other words, that their success is due to certain factors, and that they can actually be the model for that, and perhaps have I'm sure it's possible this day and age you could have people visit the school, observe the school, talk with the people running that school, the principals, the teachers, the deputies and so on of that supportive school, so that other schools could emulate that particular route to success. Having said that, I think some states do have different rules and regulations or different customs about some of those important criteria, such as particularly taking students on exchange to Indonesia. This is quite difficult for some states, I believe, particularly I think South Australia may have some issues with that. I know the ACT has some barriers to that happening as well. But, you know, I think we've agreed that exchange to Indonesia is one of the critical things that will bring about passion and interest in students. It's one of the critical things that will actually lead to demand within schools for Indonesian language. And we've also worked out that it probably needs to happen around the age of 14 or 15. So students in, say, year 9 or 10, if they get that opportunity to go to Indonesia, they are very, very likely, we've seen this happen over and over again, very, very likely to have a renewed interest in Indonesian language learning at school, to be motivated to take it through to the end of school and onto university. So that to me is probably the paramount criterion that I would look at. However, as I say, you know, some states might not be able to do that, and we would have to look at ways of addressing the issues in those particular states in terms of how the regulations work around taking students to Indonesia. But some of the other criteria, I think, could certainly be instituted and may not have even been thought of by some school managements. I think quite a number of school managements in Australia are simply not aware of what makes a good Indonesian language program. So I hope that answers your question, but I think it's a flexible thing. So those criteria were just suggested criteria, and it may come down to something else. Yeah.
I suppose what I'm getting at here is, you know, these schools are designed to be exemplars, to show how to do it in best practice, right? They're model schools. And, you know, it's an interesting question of how many of those we're able to establish, how many of those you'd want to sort of have a critical mass to sort of model this, to sort of hopefully be able to radiate best practice out to other schools. I'm not sure whether you were listening to previous witnesses, but there's been this tension between a kind of a as-of-right universality, sort of saying, starting from this point of asserting everyone has to have a right to this, versus others who are arguing, given where we are at the moment, we have to focus in on more narrowly sustaining the programs we currently have, preserving them, and, you know, maybe positioning them for sustainability and building out again later. What's your view on those two schools of thought, the universality versus the focusing our efforts on currently potentially sustainable schools?
Yes. Did you have a...
Yeah, I personally, I think that the current schools that are producing those students all the way up to year 12 and that are your exemplar schools really need to be maintained. Speaking from experience, as I said before, I run a department of languages, and teaching Indonesian to my students, and also volunteering as the president of the Teaching Association, trying to stop the hemorrhaging and trying to save Indonesian in our state takes a toll. It really does take a lot of energy to keep going. And the thing is, we were talking before, if let's say myself or another school in the state that we had a successful program, that teacher was no longer able to teach, there's no one to replace us. And we're all coming to the point of burnout where I mean, I've heard some teachers talking about looking at different career pathways because they just can't maintain this level of energy to try and save Bahasa. So I think in my view is that rather than trying to put your energy into all of the schools, you find the schools that are the most successful at the time, and just focus our energy on lifting those schools up. And so then that school, the person at that school that's running those programs, can then have the energy and the resources to then support those other schools. That's my view.
Yes, I echo those views, and I just would like to add, in terms of universality and sticking with the status quo in a sense of structural organisation of languages in schools. So many people have actually said, look, if we had compulsory language learning to year 10 and it were...
We do in Victoria.
it were accepted as, you know, just as important as House or Maths or English or Science, then we wouldn't have to even think about this. But the fact is that it's got to a point where we don't have the wherewithal to make it compulsory any further. We've got issues of attitude among the community. We've got issues of lack of understanding, perhaps among Australians generally, of the value of languages. So there's a huge mountain to confront if you were going to, you know, make it a universal experience for all students. It's universal in the sense that every student gets to experience language learning, but it's not terribly effective because they're allowed to stop it too soon. So we have a bit of a quandary there. Personally, I think there's probably a compromise point where you could raise it to a compulsory level where students are a little bit more mature and they have the opportunity to combine that with a visit in country. I think those two things, going perhaps to year 9 compulsory plus an in-country visit, would actually sort of work together and transform the way that students think about going on with language. But I do think it would be an impossible task to suddenly implement a much longer compulsory term. We just don't have the teachers or the interest at the moment. We might need to make it so that some schools are perhaps receive benefits for doing that. I don't know if that's a possibility. Some schools would have a population where language was much more valued and therefore perhaps, you know, have a program to year 10 which could be recognised as part of their status as an Asian leader school, something like that. I don't know, that's something that might need to be worked out later on. We do have to be a little bit flexible in that regard, but something has to happen, because if we keep it at the current level and we don't actually say it's really important to do Indonesian past year 8, then we're not actually going to solve anything, I don't think. I think something has to happen in that regard.
So there's a need for an intervention to stabilise existing programs and build their sustainability, and then to model best practice to build out from there would be your argument from my summary.
I think so. I think it's a long-term project really to get probably a decade or so at least to get to the point where people are accepting language learning more in schools.
Okay, Mr. Soon is seeking the call, and then after that I'll come back to Pondok about a curriculum.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually about to segue into the curriculum with the Pondok guys. Is that all right with you, Chair? Look, thank you again for this really enriching discussion, but I thought I'd jump into some questions about the curriculum side. I know in your submission, Andrew and Erin, there is a big focus on the middle years and the opportunity in that particular period, but also an emphasis, I guess by implication as much as anything else, that the current kind of resources aren't the best designed or aren't particularly culturally relevant to that audience. Can you just talk us through that a little bit further in terms of what's available now and what sort of offerings are actually deemed as being quite effective from your experiences?
Sorry, could you just repeat the question there?
Yeah, sorry, Andrew. Look, my question was, by implication, the material for that middle years section you mentioned perhaps aren't the most well-designed or kind of culturally relevant to that cohort. From your observation experiences, why is that the case, and what have you found most effective in engaging that particular cohort?
Thanks for the question, and I really appreciate that. So currently what we see for the landscape of Indonesian resources are that, and the majority of them that is available through teacher networks and things, is through book departments and so forth. Textbooks. Many of the textbooks are older than the students that we teach. One of them is a great one, Kanalila from 1997. The structure there is amazing, and it's a great textbook in terms of linguistics and so forth. But it's stuck in early 2000s. Maybe 2007, I think, was the previous update that it had. There's some other ones as well, Saling Silang, Bima as well, that Erin was able to work on. But they offer a picture of Indonesia for our perspective, which is rather static. It's there, it is involved at that point in time, but they're not keeping up to date with the way that students are learning or paying attention to entertainment and so forth, maybe social media, not so coming, I think, is it today or tomorrow, where the social media bans are going to come through. But they're not responding to the world or the lives that these students live. And often, being able to explain a cultural nuance or to show how something is said, even with its pronunciation, or if you wanted to explain how Indonesians show modesty or greet each other as well, as a teacher, I can explain these things and tell them about all the wonderful experiences that I've had in Indonesia and all of the adventures. But if they're reading it off a textbook, it can often mean that it is a little bit dull, it's a little bit bland, and again, as I said, it's a little bit static as well. If you can, drawing back to some of the comments that Sue Cooper made, and I completely agree with her, being able to take students in the Year 9 area, year level as well, being able to take them over to Indonesia, that is one of the best ways, if not the best way, to encourage engagement in Indonesian language learning or Asian capability. They come back so, reinvigorated, I suppose. And it also works as well if it's in the Year 9 and it becomes an elective in Year 8. It's really, really great to be able to hang that carrot in front of the students to say, look, you can go on this massive, amazing camp for 2 weeks where you can learn to experience and put into application everything that you've learned. But not every student is going to be able to do that. Not every school is going to be able to manage that. As I said before as well, in South Australia, there's a little bit of difficulty being able to organise that. It's also a big administrative load onto the teacher to be able to make those things happen. So for us, without that accessibility, the best thing to do is to be able to show the different ways people speak Indonesian, show the different types of people that live in Indonesia, show the different kinds of cultural ceremonies that are happening, blend that into how Australian children understand the world. Not everything that we do is focused on culture. It's a fun little activity that we think that students will enjoy. And it's that novelty, I suppose, that is really, really great. And so from our perspective, part of the reason why we created Pondok Bahasa as well is because it's not something that, okay, you package up, you create a book and you send it out, and then there's no change there. It's something that can be changed, adapted. For example, based on feedback that we've had from teachers, we're able to change little different things. We're able to do little reshoots and so forth like that to encourage that engagement for students. And so talking about pedagogy as well, if I may expand onto that, what we're trying to focus on is something that is relatively simple. If you've ever heard of explicit teaching model and gradual release of responsibility, where the responsibility of teaching is slowly shifted from the teacher or the videos in this case, onto the students to build competency. Once they get confidence and they feel that they've got some of the concepts down, then they can take on more of the responsibility of teaching and so forth. And so that's what we wanted to do. We wanted to focus on best practices of teaching, not necessarily fads or anything like that, not introducing a technology in there that is unproven just for the novelty factor of it as well. We wanted to go back to the basics, but still offer something new and something that's dynamic and changing, I should say.
Thank you, Andrew. If I may, Chair, I just want as a follow-up then, one of the things you touched on there, Andrew, was teacher confidence. and the link between materials and teacher confidence. Can you just talk us through that a little bit more?
In what aspect would you like me to talk about teacher confidence? I was actually referring to student confidence, but teacher confidence is also important as well.
Yeah, like in terms of how you think these good materials or kind of dynamic materials help enhances teacher confidence, and do you think there is an issue in the language space about teacher confidence?
I think this is a sensitive topic, I suppose, but I think that teacher capability could be increased in the Australian sector for Indonesian language teaching, whether that is involving, further education and so forth. But that's another separate issue. If I may give you an example of my own personal experience, when I first joined the Teach for Australia program, and I began teaching out in a rural, outer rural school called Neil College. Even though the Teach for Australia program itself is pretty intensive, every single night I would stay up till about 12 o'clock or so, developing my own resources and trying to figure out the best way I could introduce the topic to my class. And so that meant that I was tired. It also meant that while I had a good understanding of all of the resources that I was using, it meant that I was just worn out, I suppose. And when you have everything set up, it's like teachers and engineers, I find, when everything is set up and you understand exactly what you're supposed to do and is structured, doesn't mean that you can't, veer off from the structure, because it's an art form teaching as well, but it builds up your confidence to be able to teach. And so when you've got things that you think this is going to be good, it's kind of like the students feed off your excitement about being in the moment, being able to teach, and seeing them progress as well, I suppose. So that's where the teacher confidence comes in, when students have teachers have good resources in which they can rely on as well, especially in the early beginning years.
Thank you, Mr. Catton.
Chair, can I interject would just double down on a couple of points that both Sue, Brendan and Andrew have made, particularly around the utility of an intervention about Year 9 level. Again, preface this by saying school sector, not my expertise, and ultimately will defer to colleagues in the school sector. But I think we have a model for what that looks like, and I hope this inquiry will be calling Joel Backwell and some of the people from Det Vic who set up the Victorian Young Leaders program, which goes to China, India, and pre-pandemic the pilot program to Indonesia. So that's the Victorian state government investing, several millions of dollars into sending Year 9 students at scale up into the region. I think there's a model there that has potentially national applicability if the government wanted to pick it up, the Commonwealth government, and I think that could have a whole bunch of good effects all up and down the educational pipeline, obviously for Year 9 students, obviously for retention into Year 10, 11 and 12, so upper secondary, but it would also potentially take some of the pressure off the new Colombo plan, and this came up in some of the earlier sessions today. The new Colombo plan is wonderful and kind of universally lauded in all of the submissions of what a great thing it is. But there has been tension within the new Colombo plan about what it's exactly supposed to do. And given it is the only boat in the ocean at the moment in this particular policy area, it is being asked to do a lot. And one of the tensions is it supposed to be a kind of initial exposure for Australian students to the region and to equip Australian university students who might not have otherwise got a passport or ever visited the region, and give them that initial penny drop experience? Or is it the finishing school, and to deliver Australia the sort of deep area expertise which some of the government agencies I mentioned are seeking at the end of the graduate pipeline? So I just think some earlier intervention at that Year 9 level could have wonderful effects all up and down the educational pipeline.
If I could also just make a small comment, Chair, if that's okay, just based on what Andrew was saying. next year, our school will be trialling some of Pondok Bahas's resources, so we're quite excited about that. But I just wanted to make a comment and make everyone aware, so it's clear. Currently, and I know different states may have different notional hours, but one of the things that does actually make it challenging to teach some of these cultural aspects in schools, along with the language, to make it interesting and engaging for students, is that the notional hours in WA to teach a language up to year 8 is 1 to 2 hours. And when the curriculum has been made to be taught over 2 hours, and then the education department is saying, well, you can teach this in 1, teachers are then having to basically throw content at students and hope it sticks. And they can no longer teach some of those language aspects with those cultural activities that actually make it fun and engaging. So it's kind of come more tokenistic rather than actually, being able to employ some of those pedagogical practices that actually make it language learning effective. So we're really limited by the number of hours that schools are actually providing, because some schools say, well, it says 1 to 2, so we'll do it in 1. Whereas if the curriculum is made for 2, then it should be mandatory that it should be taught over 2 hours.
Basically, a time for this session now. I just want to just come back to one point before we move on, and that was, I think, Sue, you were mentioning that there are these obstacles to students getting that immersive in-country experience from some particular states. It's worth sort of just getting on the record that the kind of the risks that education systems would want to be mitigating for aren't different in Indonesia or any other Asian country, depending on what state you're coming from. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely. There's no problem from the Indonesian end. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We always work with a sister school in Indonesia, and we find that to be the very safest possible way to do things, because they look after you so well. So I think it all comes from perceptions of certain risks that some schools are not willing to underwrite, and some state education departments are not willing to underwrite either. Having said that, if you are allowed to go, the risk management documentation is enormous. But, to me, if you are allowed to go, you should go. So I think risk management documentation is fine, and most schools that I know of, in WA anyway, haven't had no problem with that. But I'm really not sure what's holding the systems back in other states. So that probably needs to be looked into.
Well, thank you for that. And thank you for everyone for your attendance today. You could really see both the passion and the commitment that you have to lifting Indonesian studies in Australia in all of the submissions and in your evidence here today. We really could have spent 3 or 4 hours more discussing this today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and we'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, 22 December 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, witnesses. I now welcome representatives from the Association for Learning Mandarin in Australia to give evidence. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So my name is Mandy Scott and I'm the Public Officer of the Association.
And my name is Rachel Chiu and I'm the Treasurer of the Association.
And I am informed, Dr. Scott, that it's your birthday today, is that right?
Yes. Yes, someone said, what are you doing on your birthday? I said, well, I'm going to Parliament House. Thank you.
Well, hopefully we can make it a happy birthday for you. Well, this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and it has the same standing as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of the Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Would you like to make an opening statement to the committee before we just proceed to questions and answers?
Yes, well, I thought our submission deals with a very specific project, which is to continue a bilingual programme at primary school, which has been running for many years now, into secondary level. But I thought it would be useful to give you a little bit of background to the association, which has been going for about 40 years now. It is a community-based association in Canberra. It was set up by parents who initially wanted a bilingual programme for their children before they started school. So Alma runs a early childhood centre from 6 months till kids go to school, and it's still running now. They chose Mandarin. They really wanted a bilingual program because they saw the benefits of bilingual education as the good way that people can... In Australia, it's very difficult, as you know, to get proficiency in another language, so the bilingual avenue was a good way to go. So that was running for over 10 years, and it happens that the childcare centre is actually in the grounds of Mawson Primary School. So then the parents got together with the principal and they suggested that there could be a Mandarin program and indeed a bilingual program at the school. And I should say that the funding, the original impetus, the Education Department gave approval in principle, but the original impetus came from a federal grant, the old NALSAS grant. And with that, and there was a little bit of extra funding in the first years, and has been funding in the early years to get it going, because that's when you need the extra funding. But now it runs entirely just under normal funding for a primary school in the ACT. So for many years now, the parents have, of course, wanted their children having such a great start in getting to year 7 to go on to secondary level. But there hasn't been much success in doing that, and we thought this was a good opportunity to put forward the idea to the inquiry that some federal government, again, could perhaps be an impetus for getting a secondary level program going.
Thank you, Mandy. I just want to, I think Mandy has covered most what we want to discuss today, and I just want to add a little bit of my personal experience. So I am the treasurer of this committee, and I am also a parent of the children who attend this childcare. And I myself is also an immigrant to this country back in 2018. And I really see the benefits as for myself, English is my second language, and I really see the benefits of learning a second language in an immersion program. When I first moved to this country, and I've noticed like so many Chinese second generation kids here, so they intentionally abandon their mother tongue. So at home, their parents speak Mandarin to them, but they reply to their parents in English. And that's partly because of the lack of culture identity confidence. So, and I think like most of the kids, from what we heard from the parents, most of the kids, they started to develop this identity like during their teenager age, and then it's very important to continue this study and then secure their cultural identity during this around the secondary school level. Yeah.
I might start with some high-level questions about Mandarin studies in Canberra. So one of the sort of things we're grappling with in this inquiry is that there are different dynamics at play in each of the priority language groups that we are looking at. Obviously, Mandarin, one of the dynamics is the length of time, the number of hours that required to commit to it to reach proficiency. What's been the experience of students who have studied at primary school through your program to date? Have they been able to find other places at other Canberra Canberra secondary schools to continue Mandarin studies, even if not in a bilingual program? And if so, have they been able to continue on those studies through to a tertiary level?
Well, that's a very hard question to answer. But from my limited experience from just talking to parents, the challenge is when you get to secondary school, you are then meeting kids that have no Chinese at all. And if you put kids in the same class, in fact, this is a problem with year 11 and 12, as you know, that many Asian languages, because of the limited numbers, you get all proficiencies in the same class, and the teacher has a huge job of doing the best for all the kids in the class. So, for example, the nearest high school to Mawson Primary School does offer Mandarin, but it's a beginner's class. And there were never enough, because there was no particular draw to go there. You can go to any high school, some of them go to private schools. Those kids that did go in the Chinese class were, of course, put off because, they were not able to develop their language. So what we used to encourage people was to go and explore the community language schools. We have 3 quite large community language schools in the ACT, and they are open to all students. I should also say within the Mandarin program, within the childcare centre, it's open to all children. And I don't know the exact numbers at the moment, but typically it's maybe 50-50 is Chinese and not necessarily full Chinese background, but some background. So it is open to all children. But then there is no connection. There should be a pathway through somehow, because Mandarin is the second most spoken language in Canberra. And so it should be a good language to learn. It is difficult to learn, it's certainly difficult to write, but there's lots of opportunity to speak it because we have such a large population, and I think most cities in Australia are like that. But because there's no central organisation that's kind of guiding the curriculum when those children go on, often parents that I know paid for private tuition to keep the Mandarin going. And then if they went on to university, they could then go in at quite a high level and come out, at high level. But we haven't done a survey, so I don't know, but that's just my personal knowledge of it.
Sure. So what would be involved in both a practical sense, but also particularly in a funding sense, in extending Mandarin immersion programs to a secondary school in the ACT that shared the catchment zone with the Mawson Primary? What would that look like, rolling that out practically, and what would that look like in a financial sense?
Well, the first thing would be to get a principal that was interested. There's quite a lot of school autonomy in the ACT system. So if you had a principal interested and you've got a parent body interested, then it would just be, at the beginning, would be to find the teachers and give them the special training required. Apparently at primary school level, according to Matt, who wrote this submission, there is no shortage of teachers with Chinese background in the system. They're having no problem in finding fluent speakers of Mandarin to teach in the primary level. Whether that would be the same at high school level, I don't know. But nevertheless, if they are fluent speakers, proficient speakers, they still have to be competent teachers of whichever stream they were teaching, social science, whatever areas of the curriculum you decided to teach. So there would be a need for specialist professional development. But the benefit of this inquiry is, of course, you've had submissions from all over the place. And my colleagues in the Intensive Chinese Network, who you've also had a submission from, point out that Mandarin is not alone. They said 5 out of 10 of the students of the schools that are members of their of their network are in the same position. So it is a national thing. So if there was required training needs for secondary school teachers, it could be done nationally. You may know that Jane Orton used to have a Chinese teachers centre at a university in Melbourne, and unfortunately she's passed away now. But there has been work done in this area, and there are secondary courses running, I understand, in some states. So there is a lot of, there would have to be a lot of planning to get the curriculum under control and the professional development for teachers.
It would require a deeper level of proficiency, though, to teach in an immersion context rather than just teaching as a in like a English second language sort of languages other than English type context.
Oh, definitely. But as I say, because of the number of Mandarin teachers, people with Mandarin background, like Rachel here, we are in a good position to have proficient teachers, but then they have to become proficient teachers of children and professional teachers of children in specific subjects that they require. So that would be where the professional development comes in. Yeah,
okay. So it's an added degree of difficulty to do this at the secondary level compared to the primary. So Ms. Coffey?
Thank you so much, and thank you for your submission and what you've shared so far. I wanted to clarify first. You said earlier that it's about 50-50. I just wanted to clarify that's children who have a native Mandarin speaker at home and those who don't. Is that the 50-50 breakdown?
Not necessarily, because as I say, it's difficult to say. Somebody could be Chinese background but not speak it at home, because we have people who are second generations. And we have children at the school now who are, in fact, grandchildren of some of the original, because we've been going 40 years, so we are getting several generations through. In fact, our current president started at year 5 in the childcare centre.
Amazing. So I guess just for the children who don't have a native, and I know this will be anecdotal given the absence of the data, but for the children who don't have a native Mandarin speaker in their home, their experience, have you seen similar levels of achievement from those students through the program, firstly? And secondly, do you have any insights about the motivations of the families, of those that don't have a native speaker, the motivations of them wanting their children in this program?
Well, I think we really need to talk to some teachers from the Mawson Primary School to answer that. But my understanding is, I run a tutoring project within Alma, and I have had inquiries from parents who do not speak Mandarin at home seeking for tutors who will help out on a voluntary basis. We have a lot of Chinese speakers in the community to help their children with homework because, of course, they can't help them with the Mandarin. And also, I know that there has been at least one teacher at Mawson Primary who used to help parents also with Mandarin. But I don't know what's happening at the moment. Do you have a child there at Mawson at the moment?
I have in the childcare, but not in the primary school.
Not in the primary school, yes.
Insights on the childcare as well, because it's a similar, if parents have enrolled their children in the childcare centre, if you've got any insights into what have motivated them to do that.
About the backgrounds of the childcare, the parents. So a part of the parents are like me, like a purely Chinese basis, and some like they used to have like working relationships with China. So even like both parents are Caucasians, but they speak fluent Chinese as well. So we got those kind of parents in the childcare, and some of the kids, and they just think the family just think speaking Chinese as a second foreign language is a really good opportunity. It's just like I think there's like not a lot very strong motivations behind that, but it's just some good opportunities for the kids' development in the future. And overall, to study a bilingual language is good for the kids' development. So that's part of the motivation as well.
Yes, I think when you were talking about motivation, Canberra is, a highly educated society, and many parents are interested in real language learning for their kids because they realise being monolingual has limitations. And so there are only 3 bilingual programs at the moment. There's an Italian one at the Yarralummla Primary School, and then there's the long-standing French one, which goes all the way up to Year 12 at Telopia. And demand for those is huge. And I know some parents choose Yarralummla if they're not out of area, because you also have that problem of primary schools needing to take kids in area. So there's maybe limited places for out-of-area children. But it's really in demand, and sometimes they think, well, Italian, yeah, why not? You know, because another language is the key to another way of looking at the world. And of course, once you've done 2, the third one, if you discover when you're at work you need Arabic, you have the attitude, yeah, language, I can learn a language, and also the ability and the knowledge behind it. So parents are really keen for their kids to get language education, and that's why I think you can see in most of the private schools, that's where the very strong language programs are, because the parents, you know, really appreciate the value of it.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Soon.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for sharing what you have been doing in the Mawson community for quite some time. A question from me just regarding how you've managed to maintain that continuity. One of the things we've spoken about with some of the other witnesses is the importance of key individuals, particularly key teachers or key school leaders or early childhood leaders. How is it managed to kind of maintain the continuity of this program through what I can assume is some turnover of individuals and teachers and leaders and educators throughout the years?
Well, I think one of the strengths, again, is the number of Chinese people living in Australia, or people of Chinese background who've kept up their language. So we're very lucky at the childcare centre that, unlike some other childcare centres, we haven't really had that much trouble keeping up our educators, because we value their skills in a language other than English. And the message in a lot of Australian things is if you've got an accent in English, you know, maybe you can't do your job so well, whereas we're the opposite. We want people who speak Mandarin and have another language background. And in the primary school, as I say, they've been able to find primary qualified teachers who have proficient Mandarin, and so they have also now got quite a phalanx of Mandarin teachers there. But we're lucky, I think, with Mandarin being the second most spoken language in Australia after English.
Thank you. And if I just may follow up, Chair, I guess then correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is there's an element of the recognition that you provide and obviously the population of Australia, but also success begets success. When you're doing well, then it attracts attention, and therefore people want to come and work in this system that you have set up. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, I think you could say that, yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask what involvement you've had with the kind of institutions in Canberra and nationally for building and sustaining China capability in Australia? So I'm thinking here of the National Foundation for Australia-China Relations, which has made a submission to this inquiry about the very extensive work they do in supporting China capability work in Australia, including supporting language studies. And then the Centre for China in the World at ANU, which, you know, is a flagship institution and I understand does significant work coordinating with the Chinese language development community in Canberra. Do you have relationships with them? Are those relationships that you could deepen in the context of building out this proposal?
Well, in the past we have had, usually at the local level, I don't think we've had much connection with the national level. I think we go bottom up as well as top down. And I was telling Rachel, who hasn't been involved with ALMA as long as I have, in about 2014 we did manage to get the ACT government interested in getting everyone who was involved with teaching Chinese in the ACT together. I'm also an adjunct at the ANU, so I do know China in the world very well. We actually held it at the ANU, and we got representatives from community language schools, from regular schools, and a couple of the local politicians involved. And we did get a bit of money, but it was 1 year, and there was no central. You really need, when you trying to do something across, because everybody's busy. Community language schools have their own demands. They've got to find their place to teach, and you've got to keep the kids interested because it's not compulsory. And then the schools, we know all about the pressures on language teachers, how time poor they are with what they need to deal with. So there was no kind of central sort of secretariat or something that was able to keep the thing going. So the gem of the idea was there, but it just sort of fell apart. But we do try one-on-one with various organisations locally. There is the Australia-China Friendship Society, which run a couple of competitions with schools every year. And in fact, the preschool won it, I think.
Yes.
Of their age group, our preschool won that this year. So there needs to be some sort of coordination. It's a pity that we have community language schools which are funded, they have grants going at the moment through the Department of Home Affairs, particularly for community languages. It would be great if there was some way of sort of coordinating what's going on so that no matter where kids were with Mandarin, there was some way through the school system, the community language school, until they could get to year 11 and 12 and to university.
And what kind of relationships do you have with other immersion-based schools, either in the ACT or other jurisdictions? I mean, the fully bilingual schools that I know of in Victoria, one of the challenges they've had is maintaining the depth of teaching stock, so not just teaching current teachers, but the ability to replace teachers as they turn over. Like I'm aware of at least one school that had to wind up its bilingual program because they were unable to, teachers that had left. Do you have you reached out to other schools in other jurisdictions to understand what would be required to get this going?
Well, there were two things there. At the ACT level, a few years ago, one of the parents she was involved with the childcare centre, and then her children went to Mawson. She got something going called the ACT Bilingual Alliance, and the idea was that the three schools would work together to promote their programmes. When Yarralumla started their Italian programme, I know they looked to the two programmes that were already going to see what was happening, to get ideas. As I say, we're lucky because there's a number of Mandarin speakers. Talopia is lucky because the French government actually provides French teachers from France. So they're okay. And then personally, at the Chinese level, I have been along to conferences for the Intensive Chinese Network. And so I know of their work. And they held one of they have a conference. They've only been running about 3 or 4 years, I think. But we're all voluntary. The committee at ALMA are all voluntary, and as far as I know, the Intensive Chinese Network was also set up on a volunteer basis, which, as you know, is one of the problems with language teachers in school. So much of the work they have to do is off their own bat, and that's the problem when a teacher leaves, that all that energy goes with them, or they get burnout.
Mr. Soon, do you have anything more?
No, I guess for me, it is just such a fascinating model that you've managed to kind of establish. Do you mind if I ask, just in terms of how you established the relationship with the ACT Director of Education originally, and how that's kind of been maintained? Because I know you were saying there's a degree of autonomy in the ACT with schools that might not exist across other jurisdictions, but I'm really curious to how that relationship operates.
The Directorate at the moment has its hands full with various things. Languages are not its priority. I think I'll just leave it at that at the moment. But clearly they do have a role to... They are supportive if other people are willing to put in the effort.
Understood.
Okay. I think we're coming to time. So thank you for your attendance today and for the evidence you've given on I think an important, if niche, challenge that you face. It's given us food for thought. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence. We'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please send your responses to any questions taken on notice during this hearing to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, 22nd December 2025. On that note, I thank witnesses and I thank my colleagues for their attendance here today, and I declare today's hearing closed.
Thank you.